You are now live.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Clerk or Madam Deputy Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Through the chair, roll call has been taken.
Okay, thank you. Members of the committee, just a reminder that the following rules of procedure apply for the meetings of the Estimates Committee. All motions must be moved and seconded. Each speaking opportunity is for 3 minutes only. Of course, there's no limit in the number of times you may speak to any question. Tonight's meeting will commence with the opening presentation by the Chief Administrative Officer and the City Treasurer, followed by a presentation by the Director of Communications and Community Engagement on the results of the 2020 Operating Budget Public Engagement Campaign. Please note that the delegation portion of the agenda will commence on February 24th for the viewing public to allow the operating budget to be posted publicly. So the public's ability to comment on the budget will be on February 24th. Okay. Please note that to members of the committee, we're going to try and do a break at 6 o'clock or thereabouts for half an hour for dinner. Members of the committee, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest on any items on tonight's agenda? Seeing none. Joel Daniels, Director of Finance, please provide an overview of steps 1A to 1B.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Joelle Daniels, Director of Finance and City Treasurer. We're going to start the worksheet tonight at step 1, where I'll just summarize briefly what the council direction was with respect to this budget. So in September, City Council approved a set of guidelines respecting this budget. Firstly, staff were to deliver a budget that included the cost to deliver existing services at regular service levels. Secondly, we were to provide a separate identification of COVID-19 residual impacts on the 2021 operating budget. Thirdly, we were to add no additional capital levy to the 2021 budget. And fourth, we were to provide options to reduce the budget if necessary to achieve a target of 2.5% and report back on targets of 2.25 and 2%. Also, along with these guidelines, we were directed that any requests for unmet needs resulting in increased staffing or enhanced service levels not be included in the base budget, and instead that those items be presented to the Estimates Committee for consideration. And lastly, all local boards and agencies were to be requested to provide a 2021 budget in accordance with the guidelines established for the city departments. So moving on to 1B, this is our starting point for this evening. If you are using your worksheet, there is an electronic link to the budget summary page found on the city's website. Our starting point this evening is a budget of $167,862,565. This is a 2021 budget increase of 2.62%, which results in an average residential tax increase of 3.2% or $104.83. That's an average multi-residential tax increase of 2.92%. An average commercial tax increase of 1.01%, and an average industrial tax impact of 2.01%.
Thank you, Joel. Can the CAO and City Treasurer commence with the presentation, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have 6 slides and the majority of the presentation will be through our treasurer. Next slide, please, Chris. I'd like to thank the chair and acknowledge the chair and members of Finance Committee, first of all, for your patience. I know this is usually done in the fall. I don't need, I think words go without saying that the 2020 has been a very difficult and challenging year with the pandemic and the many things we did, which I'll explain in the next slide. I'd like to acknowledge the City Treasurer and Finance Department staff for all the permutations and curves and things that have changed in this budgets and the process, as well as some of the reorganization, which we highlight in the next slide, as well as acknowledge the work of the communications department. You'll hear from shortly. City staff, all those budget makers, this goes right down to frontline workers and supervisors, right up to you'll be presented from, looking at all the budget makers and changers, as well as the local media, and many people who participate in the city's public engagement process, which you'll find about very shortly, as well as the local community organizations and agencies. Slide, please, Chris. As you know, we had a delayed start to this year's operating budget process. COVID-19 pandemic has contributed largely to this revised process. We've had at least 6 different funding streams come in this year with all kinds of different separate accounting, as well as time-consuming application processes. This process is still undergoing. There's still date changings, not necessarily dollars, but it will admit the province has very much assisted the municipality throughout this. And you'll see in the next slide all the monies that have come in from the province of Ontario. We've also had a corporate-wide reorganization at this point in time, which has saved for 2020 $260,000, and last year another $1 million, to total almost close to $1.2 million. Thanks very much goes to council for approving the capital budget, which is very important for our public works and our housing and many other areas, to get moving on many of the quotes and estimates to come in, to get moving on our capital prices, to get the best prices for the citizens of the city of Brantford. Next slide, please, Chris. COVID-19 has had significant financial pressure on municipal budgets. Some things have gone down in expenses, some things have gone up. We've had to eliminate some services, not on purpose, but because we just can't have them. And so it's caused all kinds of different non-traditional, non-routine expenditures and also revenues that have happened this year. The province, as I mentioned, the number of different funding arrangements, there's been different Safe Start restarts, phase 1 and phase 2, as well as a transit stream, a social service relief fund in 3 different streams, and municipal transit. All these attached them all have different reporting and audit requirements, as well as submission requirements. So it's taken a lot of work of our team. I'd like to thank Joelle Daniels and her team and all the various people for their applications, which have supported us for the 2020 year to end up in a surplus, and also support this 2021 budget to keep taxes low for the citizens of the city of Brantford. Next slide, please, Chris. So just shifting gears a little bit, this is the past, and really looking why we're here today and why we're starting this in mid-February. Looking forward, shifting gears, looking at 2021 and the current state. Joelle will handle most of this. But I do want to say, looking in as a person who is relatively new to the city of Brantford, can't say that very much more, but the city has been very well maintained and managed. To be proud of your fiscal responsibility, the years of this council has put in and has accomplished over the years, and the hard work staff has done, and previous leadership to me, to make sure that this organization is fiscally responsible. Something that you can't take for granted for a person who's worked in various different organizations. We just received last month a report from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, looking at all of the financial indicators and comparing us to other southern region cities and municipalities. And I'm proud to say, and you should be proud as a council, to say that the city of Brantford, in all indicators, every one of them, comes out at low risk in all categories. The organization has been very well financially run by Joelle Daniels and her team, and scores high and scores the highest in 4 different areas listed on the slide above. Next slide, Chris. Looking at comparators, the first thing people might say is, how do we compare against other municipalities? When we looked at the KPMG report, was done a few years ago, they gave us a number of comparators: so Chatham, Kent, Guelph, Kingston, Peterborough, and Windsor, which was agreed upon by council. I know as mentioned a few weeks ago at Social Service Committee, this is who we should be comparing ourselves to. So we use these comparators, and what you'll find in this slide is our tax comparators, we rank very high, number 1, or near the top in all comparators except for 1, compared to our peer municipalities who deliver much the same size municipalities that deliver very similar services to their constituents. And on the other side of the balance sheet, switch slides, please, Chris. You're looking at our debts, and this was a discussion during the capital budgets. The province has highlighted that we are doing very well in managing our financial risk and exposure, and exhibit low risk and debt indicators. Now, when you compare this to the same comparators, we do very well. We're about mid-pack, and we are in a very healthy situation when it comes to our debt comparators and managing our debt. So, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it over to the treasurer. I just wanted to list some of the reasons for the change, why this project, why this budget's a little later than normal. It hasn't been a normal year, 2020, and see all the many different applications. Our finance team, we wanted to make sure we had proper numbers for comparison from last year to this year, as well as make sure our last year budgets were balancing and make sure we had the proper numbers in place moving forward. I also wanted to give you some benchmarks to our comparative municipalities. So I'll hand it over to the Treasurer, Joelle Daniels, to provide an oversight of the 2021 submission and process. Joelle?
Thanks, Brian. Next slide, please. And next slide. So I did, oh, thank you. I was just going to say I did go over the guidelines as part of the worksheet overview. So one of those directions from the guidelines was to separately identify COVID-19 and what those residual impacts were expected to be on the 2021 budget. So there are significant pressures, obviously, still moving forward into 2021. We've got a large amount of forecasted revenue losses still coming into this budget, most notably in the services listed here, including transit, parking, Sanderson Center bylaw enforcement, Gretzky Center and arenas, licensing, POA, and in our investment income. And these losses of revenues total about $5.6 million. But we have been able to mitigate that full impact on the 2021 budget. Next slide, please. So staff have taken a very hard look at all budget lines and looking at how costs will be mitigated in this budget. Of course, with facilities being closed or limited to the operating capacity, there are reduced staffing costs. So there's a lot of reduced staffing costs that's being utilized to offset those revenue impacts. We also have forecasted reduced utility and other facility costs related to those facilities that aren't being fully utilized. More at a line-by-line level across the entire organization. We've looked at supplies accounts and services accounts and where those could be reduced for a one-time basis to offset these COVID pressures. We've reduced costs associated with in-person events. That includes things from in-person training for employees all the way up to in-person community events. We've also got some funding under the Safe Restart Agreement. In December, it was announced that there would be some phase 2 funding made available under both the municipal and the transit funding streams. So we are using that money to the extent that's possible to mitigate the impacts on the 2021 budget. And after looking at all that, there still was an overall net $1.1 million impact on this budget, but we are quite confident and anticipate that as part of our 2020 year-end process, there will be some of the phase 1 funding dollars available to be carried forward to fill that gap, which will fully mitigate the COVID impacts on this budget. So essentially what's being presented to you today is a base city operating budget. Next slide, please. So this is a summary of the preliminary 2021 operating budget. The first half of the slide is the city services. So the services that city staff have the control over. And in total, those net expenditures are increasing 2.64%. The lower portion of the slide is all of the local boards. Their total increase combined is 9.63%. But once we factor in assessment growth into the equation, that results in an overall municipal budget increase of 2.62%. And as I had alluded to in the worksheet, that would equate to an average residential tax increase of $104.83. Next slide, please. So what we've done here is we have allocated the assessment growth proportionately in this chart to provide a proportionate share to the city services and then to the local boards. And I'm just highlighting here that the city portion of that budget, once we take assessment growth into consideration, is seeing a budget increase of 0.7%. So the city portion of this budget is below the 2.5% target, and perhaps that might lead to some consideration of some of the unmet needs that staff will be putting forward through this process. Next slide, please. So I'll just highlight briefly how we got from the 2021 budget to the 2021 budget. So of course, we do have employee compensation, tax-supported employee compensation of a little over $2 million. That is just base wage and benefit increases. None of this would include any costs related to new positions. We have changes to revenue of approximately $2.4 million. This is net new revenue, although I will note here that a substantial portion of this is the Social Services Relief Fund and Reaching Home grants that have been provided to us by the provincial and federal government. These monies are not being used through our COVID tracking to offset base budget pressures. These funds are being utilized to provide enhanced services as required under those funding agreements. We've got annualization of our 2020 unmet needs of 181,000. So those unmet needs that were approved as part of the 2021 budget, this is the cost to annualize those moving forward. We have a small amount of capital impacts on this operating budget that are impacting this budget, approximately $1.1 million. This includes an increase in shelter beds for a portion of 2021, financial implications associated with the new indemnification policy, maintenance of the boundary lands, and phase out of reserve contributions. We've got contractual increases that are impacting this budget as well. Contracts for many services, including winter control, street cut restorations, our landfill gas facility, land ambulance, and landfill site operations are all increasing. We still have a bit of a impact related to the previous provincial budget of 75,000. This was the province's decision to not increase provincial gas tax funding. So the city is phasing out its reliance on that funding in the operating budget until we get to the point where our annual draw on that is equal to what we are currently receiving from those funds. We do have some other impacts as well. On this slide is showing at about 252,000. There are some large numbers in here. As I mentioned above, we've got some revenues coming in for the social service relief and Reaching Home, where we're providing enhanced services. The costs of those services are in this other line, but they are being offset by reduction in some government funded expenditures and the removal of some WSIB costs that we needed to increase the budget in 2020 that we don't expect are going to be needed for 2021. As Brian mentioned in his portion, we do have the savings as a result of the most recent corporate reorganization of almost $260,000. Our local board budget increases total 4.3 million, and that's as per those board approved budgets. And then we do have efficiencies and inflationary increases in this budget that are impacting numerous line items in this budget. Next slide, please. So I'm going to turn it back over to Brian now, and he's going to talk a bit about the unmet needs.
Thanks, Joelle. I think what you'll see is the unmet needs. We've done a better job at managing it. So you can see we senior management team every week at our weekly meetings, we review every position that's vacant to see if it's redundant. So we have a discussion about them, see if they're necessary for filling and whether they can be done in other areas or they're overlapping. You can see this year we've had a reduction from 2 reorgs of 22 staff and monetary reduction of 1.27 million I mentioned, as well as we're, as we're entering a phase, you'll see coming forth on average previous to this, there was about 32 unmet need requests on average per year. This year there's 13. We're trying to manage that and bring forth council realistic. We've even rated them for council. And council should be aware that we are entering a period of significant growth. The city of Brantford is growing, and there are some maturation needs when you do grow, and things that are required for us to risk and due diligence when we move forward. So we try to rate them that way, council's consideration. And I think you can see our budget has come in respectful at a low rate to see if we could afford some of these unmet needs when they come forth at the end of the process. Next slide. So I think, as I already mentioned, I kind of got ahead of myself. There's 13 critical needs being forward for the consideration compared to 36 last year and 32. We will discuss them at a later time, but the impact is $1 million. As you can see, we're at 0.7% increase. The city side, the side that I manage, which is $2.1 million less than the 2.5% goal targets. Even if we added these in, this would be much less than the goal targets and well less than the 2.5% target. And we're within reason and also within management's managing these relatively well, including the growth in the city. Next slide. Joelle.
Thanks, Brian. Next slide. So I'll just briefly go over next steps. So our operating budget schedule begins this evening, and following this presentation, there will be a presentation on the results of the public engagement campaign. And then after the dinner break this evening will be council's consideration of the local board budget. So with us this evening is the BIA, the Brant County Health Unit, Brantford Public Library, the John Noble Home, and the Brantford Police Service. Next Wednesday, as Chris mentioned, or as mentioned on the worksheet, there will be delegations to start off the night. The operating budget package for the city services will be available online and available to members of council tomorrow. So those delegations can come next Wednesday night. And then following that will be consideration of the corporate finance, chief administrative officer, and community development budgets. The following week, we will be meeting Monday and Wednesday that week. March 1st will be consideration of the Brantford Fire, corporate services, and community services and social development budgets. And March 3rd will be the consideration of the public works budget. We do have 2 additional nights scheduled the following week, March 8th and 10th, for additional nights of deliberation if needed. And we're targeting currently a special council meeting to adopt the budget in late March. And that's our presentation for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Daniels and Mr. Hutchings. It's not on the schedule, but I'm going to ask questions of members of the committee of the staff on their presentations, and I have Councilor Weaver first. Councilor Weaver, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Just a quick question. So the next scheduled meetings, some of them are scheduled for 6. Can we turn them all to 4:30? And can we check with council to make sure that is going to work for everyone? Just makes the nights not so long when we're having good debate.
Yeah. Mr. Hutchings?
Yes, we can do that, Councillor. In fact, now that you've raised it, Councillor Weaver, you were always one of our biggest concerns. So we will check with council members. But if you're proposing, I think we could possibly do that. So that's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Weaver. Councilor Sless, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. When we talk about the average residential home, can you tell me the assessed value that we're using this year?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's $285,000.
That's the average
Assessed value, yes.
assessed value in the city? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sless. I see no further questions. Just for the viewing public, to the treasurer, could you give, I see Councilor McCurry now. Could you give us the what a 1% tax increase equates to in dollars? And then Councilor McCurry, you have the floor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll get that number for you in just a moment.
Councilor McCurry, you have the floor, sir.
Chair, thank you very much. I'd really like to find out the location of that $285,000 house. Because I haven't seen any of those, and I appreciate that that's the average assessed value, but I wonder if we might also get an appraisal of what the average residential tax increase would be on homes of the following values: 400,000, 500,000, 600,000, and 700,000, please. If we could have those calculated, if you've got a chance tonight, or let us know in a message.
May I ask one question of the counselor through you, Mr. Chair? Just so
Yes,
we get the answer right. Is it the assessed value or the market value, counselor?
Well, I guess the assessed value, Brian. I know it differs from the market value, but at least then people will be able to see really what these numbers look like.
Okay, just want to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, because it's important. The difference is important.
And
Okay,
if I could through you, Mr. Chair, I do have the 1% tax
Sure.
increase
Thank you.
value is approximately $35.
Oh, sorry, I meant what does a 1% tax increase mean in revenue to the city? What does that tax on around? It used to be $1.5 million. What is it?
Oh, so the current budget is about $160 million. So 1% is 1.6 million.
1.6. Okay, thank you very much. And seeing no other speakers on the list. Oh, I do. Councillor McCurry, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm not very quick with this button tonight. I wonder if we could also, if staff could provide us with the absolute global total for all of our employee compensation, wages separate from benefits, please. And I don't expect that right now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McCurry. And moving on, I'd like to ask the Director of Communications and Community Engagement to commence the presentation, please. Thank you, Maria.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Maria Visaki, Director of Communications and Community Engagement. Good evening to all of the members of the committee and city staff and members of our local boards who are part of the meeting this evening. Very pleased to have this opportunity to share the results of the 2021 budget engagement campaign with the committee and with staff to help inform the operating budget process. Next slide. Just wanted to start off with a quick recap of what our objectives were for this specific engagement campaign. I wanted to underscore the value of educating residents about the city's budget process. We've talked at length in previous years about how the budget can be one of those campaigns that is a little bit more intimidating for people to get involved in because they don't think that they understand the mechanics of how the city budget is developed. But through the tools that we were able to employ this year, we did a lot more education than we're normally able to. And I think that that the committee will see there's really great value in educating the community about how the city budget works and the types of pressures and challenges that the committee is under when they're making decisions that affect the city's budget overall. So clearly, we want to help inform the estimates committee by providing insights that have been gained by gauging public opinion about what city programs and services are most important to them. And we also set out to offer alternative ways to engage and encourage more public participation in the budget development process. Next slide, please. So the committee will remember that in Q4 2020, Council approved the implementation of a new online engagement portal, which we have branded Let's Talk Brantford, to provide citizens with a host of additional virtual opportunities to get involved in not only the 2021 budget process, but a number of other key city initiatives, including the asset management plan, among others. We've had a tremendous response to this online portal. It's been up for just over a month We launched it on January 12th with this budget campaign. And collectively on this campaign only, we've received over 1,200 contributions. We have 4 other campaigns running simultaneously. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank council for their support of investing in this platform. We've already seen great value from it. And me and my team are really excited about ways in which we can continue to use it moving forward. Next slide. So just to remind the committee of the types of tools that we're able to use on the new platform. There are 8 tools in total, in addition to a number of widgets that I'll explain a little bit later on. What we're able to do with this host of varied tools is really tailor a public engagement campaign with the tools that are most appropriate to getting the type of information that will help inform whatever the decision process needs to be. So for the budget campaign specifically, we used the forum tool, which is basically a controlled environment for citizens to talk to each other as well as to members of city staff. Operates a lot like social media, but it's in a more civilized environment because it's controlled within the city's website. We also use the ideas tool where we ask people to tell us ideas that would help generate more revenue for the city. But we got ideas about other things as well, which I'll take you through. And we also use the survey tool that I'll take you through the results of, as well as the questions tool, so that people could ask questions specifically of finance staff. Next slide. So this is the ideas forum. If council can think about it as it's really like an online focus group. Many of us have attended focus groups where we're asked to write out ideas on little sticky notes, and then the sticky notes are posted across the room, and the facilitator takes pictures of them all and works them into a report about the engagement that was facilitated. This works a lot like that. The ideas space looks like a bunch of stickies, and people can just be creative and tell us different ideas. We prompt them with different questions throughout the course of the campaign. I've just showed you a few examples of responses to the question about how do we generate more revenue for the city. One of the ideas was to charge more for municipal parking lots because the thinking is that being downtown, that the cost for parking should be more than it is in Brantford right now. Someone else had an idea about increasing fines to off-leash dog walkers who are not following the rules on city trails. And then this one wasn't specific to generating revenue, but I thought it was a creative idea to share about building a community greenhouse that would serve as an educational facility for schools, but would also provide food source to the food banks and to other community agencies. Next slide. So this is just a snapshot of the most commonly asked questions and conversation topics in both the forum as well as the questions tool. So there were questions about how the casino revenue loss would impact the taxpayer. There were questions about how the new yard waste biweekly collection change would create, what kind of savings would that create for the city, and how would that come down in terms of translating into savings for the taxpayer. There was questions about the sale of Arrowdale lands, and there were comments about whether or not the city would consider easing tax increases for citizens because of personal hardships and detrimental impacts that they're feeling as a result of the pandemic. Next slide. So I'm going to get into some of the analytics of the budget survey. So this is the survey that was hosted on the Let's Talk Brantford site. And a little bit different than the way that we've reported survey findings in the past, just because the tool is set up differently and has a lot more features in terms of analyzing the data. So I just want to preface by saying that what I'm presenting today, in the interest of time, is really just top line data. We can drill much deeper if the committee is interested in seeing any of the raw data. And we have a number of different ways in which we can run the reports comparatively, questions beside each other. So I would obviously be happy to provide that additional reference to the committee if you so request. So we had 1,800 people visit the Let's Talk Brantford budget project page. 736 people clicked on the educational materials that were featured on the page, again, tying back to the value of education in every single engagement campaign. 475 people completed the survey, and of those participants, 97.8% said that they were citizens of Brantford. Providing open-ended comments in the survey was optional, and 242 people chose to do that. One of the features in the new tool is we could do something called text analysis, where we ask for a report that analyzes all of the words in the open-ended feedback and tells us on a scale what percentage was negative feedback, what was mixed, what was considered neutral, and what was positive. And so you can see that 46% came up under negative commentary, while the balance is made up of neutral, mixed, and positive. Next slide. A quick snapshot of our social media engagement and reach. We were able to reach 53,224 followers through our social media campaign. And through that, we saw 5,724 people click through. So that's the link that's at the end of the post that sent people to the Let's Talk Brantford page. We saw 5,700 people click through to that. 250 people shared our posts, and there were 186 comments. We also received 45,000 impressions on the city budget web page, and just to distinguish, reach is individual people who see the communication, while impressions is how many times the page gets uploaded. So we can't guarantee that the impressions are individual people. They could be the same people coming to the site. So reach is individual, impressions is overall how many times it gets clicked on. Next slide. So participation by age group, a little bit different this time compared to other years. And I suspect that it is because we launched a new platform and there was interest level from different age groups that we haven't seen in the past. So I think the newness boded well. 3.5% identified as 15 to 24, just over 15%, 25 to 34, 21.4%, 35 to 44, 39.6%, 45 to 64, and just over 20% at 65 plus. So it's the younger groups that I was really excited to see increases in versus years prior. That 25 to 44 group really increased versus years prior. Next slide. So this is just a snapshot of participation by postal code. I was only able to fit the first page of postal codes. It goes on for 5 more pages, which indicates that there was cross-representation throughout the city. And again, if council is interested in specific data related to specific postal codes, we can run reports that way on the new platform. Next slide. So this was the question about we asked respondents to tell us what they thought, how they would rate or the value that they receive for the taxes that they pay. And you can see that just over 41% said poor or fairly poor, but about 57% said either fairly good or very good. And the combined category of fairly good and very good is a little bit higher than it was last year. Next slide. So I apologize. I was hoping that this would look a little bit bigger once it was up on the screen, but realizing we're all looking at laptops, apologize. This is a little bit difficult to read, but of course I will provide this as reference to the committee, and we will also provide these findings as reference to staff as well as the community. We do plan to do a thank you to the community, to all those who participated. So what I'd like you to retain from this slide is the first color, the purple, is people who support increasing that particular service area, where the middle yellow mustard color is maintaining the existing level of service, and the green is reducing the level of service. And just by seeing it color coded this way, you can get some pretty immediate findings and insights. Most of the categories are showing that people want the services to be maintained. So they don't want to see reductions. The only place where there's a clear reduction is the tourism and culture category. And I'll explain this in a little bit more detail with some further analytics down the line. But in terms of emergency services, we didn't see the level of support to increase those budgets that we've seen in years prior. So those are a couple of easy, immediate insights that we can see from these statistics. Next slide. So this was a question about which service areas would you want us to spend discretionary money on? And so this question leads with the education piece, that 80% of the city's budgets are assigned to costs that the city can't control. And these are areas where we're looking to respondents to tell us if they do have an opinion about it, which service areas that they want us to support, and which service areas that they do not. And similar to the slide before, where we saw that people wanted to see the current levels of service continue, for the most part, respondents want to see all of the discretionary areas of service also continue. Next slide. This question was about asking respondents to tell us how they feel about increasing certain development charges, user fees, in order to balance taxation. And as you can see, we've got pretty healthy support, robust support across the board to increase user fees. So 26.6% said that they would support increasing user pay fees. 22.1% supported cutting new programs and services, not existing ones, but new ones. 13.3% supported increasing taxes for current service levels. 16.4 supported increasing taxes to expand current services, while 21.6% supported cutting services to maintain the current tax level. So I think that the strong message here is maintaining current services at the current tax level, or as close to it as possible. Next slide. So this was interesting too, in terms of support for ways to generate revenue. This is very similar to the slide before, in that I think constituents are realizing, and would like to credit the fact that we've been educating them for years on the way that the city budget works, is that you can't maintain services or expand services without generating more revenue for the city or cutting areas that we're not obligated to spend on. So there is support, as you can see. The yellow is oppose, the green is support. And so for most areas, with the exception of Brantford Transit, there is support to increase those user fees. Next slide. So this was also new to us this year, the Balancing Act Build Your Own Budget tool. And there were some very interesting findings from this exercise that I'm pleased to share with you. So the Build Your Own Budget tool basically asked people to increase or decrease areas of spending and areas of revenue based on what their determination of the areas of service importance was, basically what their priorities were. So 2,382 people interacted with the Build Your Own Budget tool. The tool, hopefully members of council had an opportunity to go in there and see the way that it worked. The tool was very flexible in that it allowed easy access to information. You could click on any service area and you could see the points that we had put in there about what that service was. And in some cases, we said that it was mandatory that the city had to spend money on that service. So again, that significant educational benefit of informing citizens how the city budget works. The average time spent on the tool was 8 minutes and 42 seconds, which in today's communications climate environment is really an eternity. I was very pleased to see that people spent almost 10 minutes on average in there learning, reading, interacting, and in many cases actually submitting a budget simulation. 410 people actually completed and submitted a budget simulation, whereas we had a number of people actually, we can see the clicks of increases and decreases, and there was over 600 of those, but not all of them actually completed the entire submission and sent it in. But we can see all of the increase and decrease click-throughs in the data. Next slide. So this is interesting too, and validates a lot of what we already know in terms of how people engage with social media and just websites in general. A majority of people interacted with this tool on their mobile device, just telling us how important it is that to ensure that any content that we're featuring is responsive and easily accessible via a phone. A mobile phone, and the black shows the desktop and the green shows a tablet. So interesting to see the devices, the different devices people use. And again, validating that, like we know when we did all of our research and building the new website, a majority of people interact with the city using their phone. Next slide. So This shows an average of all of the simulations. So on the left-hand side are the numbers and figures that we worked with finance on to provide for the simulation exercise, and they are based on numbers from the city's 2019 budget. And some of the areas in revenue were locked because the city didn't have jurisdiction or control over the grants number, for example, or internal recoveries or intercompany recoveries. So you'll see that some of those categories did not change very much in the average new budget across the simulations, because we didn't allow people the flexibility to change those numbers, because that wouldn't be valuable data to us because we can't change those numbers. So on the right-hand side is the new city budget, if you will, based on the average across all of the submissions. So you see a reduction in taxes of about $3 million. And you see in water and services, about the same, and that was a service area that people had the flexibility to increase or decrease. So again, I could provide breakdowns by category if that's something that the committee is interested in seeing. Next slide. So this is the expense totals across all of those submissions. So again, on the left-hand side are the numbers that were in the tool at the beginning of the simulation. And these are based on expenditures that finance provided based on the last approved city budget. And what you see here is the simulation average across all of the submissions for each of the categories. I'm sorry that they're not on par with each other. They were really done basically in the order that they came down. So emergency services, like previous years, was the top expense, even across all of the simulations from the submissions received, and followed by environmental services, social and family services, corporate financing, housing and homelessness, parks and recreation services, engineering, governance, operational services, transit, and then local boards, planning and building, and economic development. What's interesting on economic development, while it is at the bottom of the list, it's there because it didn't have a high expenditure rate to begin with, but you'll note that across the simulations, there's actually an increase in economic development. So most people increased that budget line compared to others. Next slide. So this shows the top expenses that were increased and decreased. So the top expenses increased were housing and homelessness, social and family services, and emergency services in that order. The interesting thing here is that a couple of those same categories, housing and homelessness and emergency services, were also some of the top expenses decreased, which shows a bit of a division in the community about those service areas, and they kind of net out that that they should be at the current service level. Next slide. So just again, generally some insights and observations. Both the quantitative and qualitative data support a view that the emergency services budget should be maintained or reduced. And highlighting this because this is a new insight compared to previous years. There was, especially in the textual analysis, a lot of continued support to invest in Brantford Transit. There was a higher level of support to increase user fees, for example, parking and development charges to generate revenue than in previous years. There was additional support to cut new and or current programs and services to reduce tax increases. And there were more participants, although it was fairly even in the build your own budget exercise. There were more participants generally that felt that there was a need to increase the investment in housing and homelessness. And there was demonstrably increased support to invest in economic development. Next slide. And just to leave you with engagement by the numbers. So the way that the new tool shares information with us is that the number of people who visit the page have at the very least become aware of the campaign and aware of the communications that the city is sharing. So we had 5,574 people visit the new engagement portal and specifically go to the budget page. We know from the data that 4,182 people clicked on information, including how the city budget works video, as well as reports and links to the budget pages on the city's main website. We know that 4,182 people read through those materials. And we know that 1,202 people provided feedback through the tools that were made available to them to engage in this campaign. Next slide. With that, if there's time, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Maria. And there is questions. So questions on the community engagement program. And I have first off, Mayor Davis, Weaver, and Vanderstelt and McCray. Mayor Davis, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maria, I'd like to take you to page one of the, I think it's the third last page, the insights and observations. And your very first point is that the sentiment was emergency services, which is basically fire and I guess paramedics and police, that should be maintained or reduced. A new insight compared to previous years. What was the insight from previous years?
Through the chair to the mayor, in previous years, emergency services was always ranked the top priority in terms of support for the service area. And we didn't see the qualitative data that we saw this time around. There were a number of references to defunding police. And I think that that is consistent with some of the media attention that that particular movement has received. So we did see some of that this year that we've not seen in previous years.
Then I'd like to talk to you about page 12. Excuse me. That's the first of the increase / maintain / reduce. And I'm really having trouble synthesizing that in my own head because I'm used to top 10s. So can you give us the same information with 3 columns, increase, maintain, and reduce, and then list them? What is the highest category for increase? So for example, the top one I think would be social assistance and homelessness. And then you have a column called maintain, and then you'd list it in descending order from those that had the highest percentage, those areas that supported maintaining, and then likewise of reducing. Is it possible to do that?
Through the chair, absolutely.
One last change I'd like you to make, if you could accommodate it, and that is, sorry, I don't have the page numbers memorized, but it is the balancing your budget tool. Okay, so that's page, sorry, I don't have a page number here. It's the average to cross all submissions, revenue, and then there's the next one is in relation to services, I think. You know the one, there it is. the average across all submissions expense totals. And so if I look at, if you got that page, so if I look at simulation expenses, so what you've done is you've taken the average amount that people think we should spend on emergency services, and that's $61,913,930, and that's using this budget tool thing, where people determine how much they think should be spent on emergency service, and then you averaged it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you, if you see emergency services where it says 61,913,000, can you put in the blue what that dollar amount is in the budget as presented to us, which I think is 63.5 million? That way it'd be a lot easier for us to compare where it sits in the budget proposal in front of us. And then we just look over, we just glance over, and then we see, okay, the average through the budget builder was less than that, 61,913,000. Can you do that? So it's easier to cross-reference.
Yes, absolutely.
Good, thanks. I got more questions, but I'll let other people ask theirs first.
Thank you. Well, you're out of time. That works so fine. Councillor Weaver, you're next.
Thank you, Chair Carpenter. Maria, so well done. Excellent job with the balancing budget. I love that. I've seen other places, other municipalities do that, and I think it is a great educational tool. So what my ask is, next year, could we work with our social services department to try to come up with a program where that balancing the budget software is also shared with the neighborhood associations, and then making sure that there's a process in place where they share it out. I'm a little concerned about maybe some of the comments that might, some people get pretty passionate about the budgets. So maybe we can coach them on how to handle those situations, or not even to have comments, because really you're able to comment inside the program. So I would really like us to take a look at doing that next year, please. And my second question, so I don't have the page number, I apologize, but you had stated that folks had stated that they wanted new programs, no new programs started. It was 22.1%. Did we give them an actual list of all the new programs, or did they just mean programs in the future that we may start?
Through the chair, we did not specify the new programs. Do you mean, like, did we say what the unmet needs were that are before you in this particular budget?
Yeah,
cycle?
I was just, that was sort of an anomaly in some of the numbers. So the 22.1%. So I was just wondering if there was a list of those new programs that we're looking at starting maybe in the future, and that's what people used to make that decision, or if it was just sort of really open-ended. People have no idea what new programs we're talking about, but they just think it's probably a bad idea because of where we are in fiscally.
Through the chair, it was generic. It was just new programs, but I think that's a really good suggestion for next time, if we ask that question again, to actually qualify it with a list.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, Mr. Chair. So really happy to see 2,382 people interacted with the Build Your Own Budget, and 402 submissions. So I would really love to hear what you think. The other 1,972 people, were they frustrated maybe with the process because it's not easy, like we all get to face every year? Or was there another determining factor that you think people didn't fully submit their budgets?
Through the chair, as I mentioned during the presentation, there were a lot of people who clicked up and down, but they just didn't finish it. So I think we could take a deeper dive into that data and see how far they got before they completed the whole tool. But you do make a very good point. So many people went there. Why didn't more people actually follow through with it?
Yeah, it would be interesting to see if there is a specific question that maybe the question, or it might be pretty easy for us because we kind of live this environment, but maybe for someone that's in the public, maybe really the wording maybe wasn't layman terms enough, I guess I would say. So it'd be really interesting to see what question people started kind of leaving. So, okay.
Yep.
That's all my questions at this point, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weaver. Councillor Vanderstelt, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chair Carpenter. You're looking fine tonight and doing a great job. Thank you. Through you to Maria, Maria, sorry to dive down a little bit into your insights and observations page, but when you're stating emergency services, you're including fire, police, and paramedics in that category?
Through the chair, there are questions that categorized emergency services as one category. So in the build your own budget tool, for example, if you clicked on that, you would see that it entailed all three of those service areas. In the survey, we did separate them out. So we saw the data specific to Brantford Police in the survey, but on the tool, they were combined.
Okay.
So we could provide breakdowns. I could provide
Yeah,
you.
that's, I guess, my next question, because if you could provide breakdowns based on the demographics as well.
Yeah.
I'm finding that there may be some very specific reasons why people are stating what they're stating. And as well, are you able to break them down in terms of postal code?
Through the chair, I do believe we can do that. So I will confirm that.
Regardless of whether or not somebody was using their mobile phone, Maria, or?
They, through the chair, they would have had to tell us what their postal code is, and we did make that a mandatory question. Yeah, it doesn't matter what device. They actually inserted their postal code number.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry if it's, I don't mean to add more workload to you, but it's from my perspective, it's very important that we see those numbers. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilor Vanderstelt. Councilor McCurry, you're next, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Wow, that's a lot of information to digest and very, very complete. I'd like to come back to the slide called balancing taxation. And I'm wondering if we can be a little more clear in terms of how we're presenting this information. If you look at the top line, 26.6% increase user pay fees, that would lead the reader to believe that folks want to actually pay more, when in fact the question asked was introduce cost recovery through user pay fees to reduce taxes. So it's not really about increased fees, it's about tax reduction. And I think we should probably redo that slide to indicate, you know, the fact that in general, 70% of folks don't want to pay a nickel more in taxes, and the user pay fees are simply one way to avoid that. 49%, if my math is correct, actually want lower taxes. We should probably recognize that. So I wonder if we might have that slide redone to reflect what those totals are and what the public really is saying to us. Maria, now I'm wondering, are you able to capture the IP addresses of the folks that are submitting, for instance, answering that slide question?
Through the chair, first, we can absolutely make that clarification that you suggested.
Super, thank you.
And in terms of the IP addresses, I don't know that I can do it by question, but I can do it by tool. So I can do it by the survey. I can do it by the budget, build your own budget tool. Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Sorry if I wasn't quite clear enough. So then you could see if we are seeing a lot of, I guess, responses or entries into our survey from the same IP address. And are you able also to track whether or not an IP address may have a number of different emails associated with it?
Through the chair, I know that I can see IP addresses because I looked at the column, and I did see that most of them were differentiated from each other. I would have to maybe enlist the support of my friends in IT to see if they could drill down on whether or not those addresses we could determine how many accounts were associated with it.
Yeah, I think it would be a worthwhile exercise to see if we've got, you know, we've seen in past where the city's been victimized by somebody that's come after us with different email addresses, but all at the same IP address. I think that might be an interesting case study for you to take a look at, Maria. If you can do that, and if you can show that, some folks have got more than one identity, I think that would be useful too. And then we might be able to understand if there's an attempt ever to try and manipulate the outcome of some of these things that we do. Can you also see, can you check to make sure that, sorry, I shouldn't put it that way. Are you able to also verify how many of these responses came from Brantford.ca addresses?
Through the chair, the data automatically takes staff out of it. So
Okay.
yes.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Yes.
And lastly, with respect again, Maria,
I'll
to
put you
the,
back on the list.
oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank
It's
you.
okay, I'll put you back on the list. First time speaker, Councillor Slush, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one simple one, I think, Maria. Can you print out the top 10 of the postal codes that participated in the exercise?
Through the chair, I believe I can do that, and I will confirm that.
Appreciate it. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slush. Second time, Mayor Davis, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Following up on to Maria, following up on Councillor McCreary's question, can you, so if someone is using the same IP address, it's either indicative that they're gaming the system, or maybe they just have a lot of people that live at that address and they're each of them using it. But can you tell us how many of the, or more than 1,000 people that participated, how many of those were IP addresses appearing more than once?
Through the chair, I'm not sure off the top of my head, Mr. Mayor, but I can certainly circle back on that and confirm.
Yeah, because if we have like 1% or from the same IP address, then that tells us something. If it's 10%, that tells us something different.
Yep.
And then I have a question, if I may, Mr. Chair, going back to the CAO Treasurer's presentation.
Sure, I'll allow it.
Thank you. I'm not sure who would answer this, probably Joelle. But, Joelle, this budget as presented to us is a 2.62% increase. And I think if I'm hearing you correctly, the operations that are managed and overseen through City Hall, that a 0.7% increase of that 2.62. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, Mayor, that is correct.
All right. So we weren't collecting money for any other organization, such as, police or the library or John Noble Home Health Unit. The tax increase would be in the order of 0.7%, 0.7%, well under 1%.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, we would actually have, if the assessment growth had been the same, we would have absorbed all of that as well. But for the purposes of achieving the 0.7, we have distributed that proportionately.
Right. So we would have actually been in a negative tax increase if we were able to use all of the assessment growth. So that gets me to that point. You said you proportioned the assessment growth. So does that mean, like, of the, say, for example, police services, if it represents what, almost 30% of our budget, you'd allocate 30% of the assessment growth that way?
Yes, it was based on a budget allocation, yes.
Okay. And my last question to you, if I'm looking to the outside boards, those that we do not have direct control over, Brantford Police obviously is the number one factor here, the 10.63% increase. How much of the 2.62% represents spending for the Brantford Police Services?
Through you, Mr. Chair, for the increase in the police budget related to the service enhancements is 0.93% of that.
Okay. Yeah, and the base budget the police have resulted in a 6% increase, right? Before you add in all those unmet needs.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. How much the 2.62% is, can we attribute to police services and increasing the police presence, I'll call it, or coverage in our city.
Yeah, so that was those numbers. So that was taking into account just the service enhancements. So currently at a 262, but remove the service enhancements that are in the police budget, we would be at a 1.69.
So 1.69 of the 2.62?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor McCurry, I put you back on the list. You had run out of time.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I forgot to put my hand up, didn't I? One final question for Maria regarding the balancing taxation slide. Of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 choices there, Maria, could the respondents click on more than one answer?
Through the chair, no, we asked them to choose one.
Okay, thank you very much. That was all my questions.
Thank you. Councilor Antosky, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joelle, I'm going back to get some clarification on the mayor's question there. So the 1.69% of the 2.62, is the 1.69 the police budget, or is it the 2.62 minus the 1.69, which is the police budget allocation?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair. What the 1.69 represents is what the municipal budget increase would be without the enhanced services that are in the police budget. So those enhanced services are contributing 0.93% to the overall municipal increase.
Thank you. I thought I had that. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Antosky. Councilor McCurry, I see your hands back up again.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I just had a request from a constituent about a question, and it's not one I don't think we can answer tonight, but I would appreciate the answer at some point. Would like to know the number of full-time equivalent employees in December 2019 and December 2020, and how many of our full-time permanent staff were laid off during COVID.
Thank you, Councilor McCurry. Mayor Davis, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If I can just get a little more clarity on the police services budget. So Joelle, there were guidelines in place for various departments, et cetera. I think it was trying to limit it to 2.5%. Is that correct? The increase in their budgets.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct, Mayor.
Okay. Yeah, and so when you said enhanced services, are you talking about the unmet needs that are in the police services budget that accounts for 0.9%?
Correct.
Okay. So we know that the police service budget submission beyond that is still a 6.5% increase, is it not? In the allocation to them?
I do believe it is in the neighborhood of that, yes.
Okay, so in fact, their total increase is about 10.63%, I believe. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you took 2.5% off that and you're left with about, I guess, about 8, how much of the 2.62% would represent that increase?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can run those numbers for you and I can get you that response.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No further questions from the delegation or from council, for the committee, sorry. So I'm going to ask one quick question, Maria, on your report. You talked about the postal code. The postal code, how many of the people that have answered the questions and got involved, did they realize that the actual postal code gave away where they live?
Through the chair, I can't speculate whether or not people who completed that knew that they were telling us what ward that they were in. But
they're telling you what ward they're in, but they're also telling you what block they live on and what side of the street on that block.
through the chair, correct. We did ask that information. It's something that we ask normally on our surveys, and we didn't get any feedback that people did not want to volunteer that information.
Okay, so we don't know if they actually know that or not. And when it comes to the IP addresses, would you be able to identify whether it was a commercial establishment, a McDonald's, a Tim Hortons, where people use the IP, use the internet there?
Through you, I would have to ask IT if they had that capacity and that capability to assess whether it was commercial or residential. I don't think I don't think the data that I'm able to look at would get that detailed. If we know the IP address, for example, of the library, we could identify that one off the bat, but I wouldn't know the ones for McDonald's or Starbucks or the one thing I could say is that the time that the engagement campaign took place was during the shutdown. So I think that we would find that a majority of the addresses were linked to residences or places of business that were open where people were not working remotely.
Or if you pulled into the parking lot and used the Tim Hortons email address, you could. Okay, thank you. I got another speaker, Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maria, is it possible that people can put in any postal code that they wish to put in and they'll still be able to complete the survey?
Through the chair, yes, people could do that, but it would have to be a Brantford postal code.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's no guarantee that whoever takes the survey puts in the information that is pertinent to where they live, maybe where they work, or maybe their friend's place whose Wi-Fi they're on, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, we're going to move on. I'm looking for a mover to put the actual original motion on the floor. Moved by Councillor Utley, seconded by Councillor Vanderstel. Thank you very much. Joel, can you provide an overview of steps 2A to 2B, please?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So we will be moving on to step 2. So you will be hearing from the local boards this evening, presentations on their budgets. Step 2A does provide a link to the document on the city's webpage if you don't already have that open. And overall, the local board budgets total $49,256,158. So tonight will be the downtown Brantford business improvement area. While there's no net municipal increase, there's also been no change to the levy, which is fully assessed to the business properties within their boundary area. Public health is at a 8.7% increase, Brantford Public Library at 1.91%, John Noble Home at 11.52%, and Brantford Police Services at 10.63%. So moving on to step 2B, you'll first consider the Brantford Downtown Business Improvement Area budget, which can be found on page 3 of the preliminary local board budget document. As I indicated, the BI levy totals $202,000, which will be shared and paid among the businesses in the boundary with no net municipal impact on the city's tax levy. I don't believe there is a presentation, but there are staff and board members available to answer questions this evening.
Thank you, Joel. And we're approaching the 6 o'clock hour, so I'm going to adjourn until 6:30 for our dinner break, and we'll start at 6:30 with the budget presentations on your list. Okay, we are adjourned until 6:30. Thank you.
Can you hear me, Councillor Carpenter?
I can hear you, Jan.
I cannot restart my video. I'm wondering why.
I had to jump out and come back in, Jan. It said something about the person that's hosting the meeting has left or something, so.
They stopped the video, and so we can't restart it until the host turns us back on, I think.
Okay. All right, thank
Yeah.
you.
I'll just got mine going. Obviously.
The host needs to turn mine back on, I guess. Either that or I'll have to leave and come back.
I'm going through right now and I'll send a request through.
Yep, that worked.
Okay, it's 6:30. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Okay, so first thing, we don't have a presentation on the BIA budget, so I'll move, but the chair is here and the treasurer is here, and the executive director is also here for any questions. So is there any questions of the committee on the BIA budget submission?
I am here if anybody has a question. It's Barbara.
Yep, and Dwight's there, I see. Yep. Councilor Weaver, you're first up, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Barbara, thank you very much for joining us. Can you tell council what your biggest heartache was over the last year with COVID and what you guys did to try to overcome that?
All right. Well, the biggest heartache, of course, was the all of our businesses having to close and struggle through that. As many as could picked up on sidewalk delivery, like online shopping, sidewalk delivery. I cannot thank BRC enough for stepping in and helping as many of our members as they could, getting online with the digital main streets. Excuse me, I think that helped a lot of them carry on business as well as they could during the lockdowns. While we were locked down, we realized, I mean, no one was prepared at the beginning, no one. And, so we rushed out to get PPE for our stores. We gave them packages of gloves, of floor stickers, so floor distancing stickers. We gave them hand sanitizers and posters to put up in their windows, and so they could best, inform the public what their restrictions were, and then inform the public inside as well. So, the BIA itself, what did we face as an organization? We faced what our members did and tried the best to support them as best we could.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is sort of your opportunity also to do an ask of council. So is there anything that you feel that we could do to help you folks out more? Or is there any type of supports that you would like to maybe see us investigate to try to see what we could do to help you folks out more?
I wasn't prepared for that one, but thank you.
I apologize for putting you on the spot, Barbara.
That's okay. How can you help? You know what? I'm just going to jump in and say that the city's been very, very supportive. We had to start an advertising campaign to overcome what we were missing on the street, and through the company that we hired, and from the city economic development, put so many ads together about shopping local and highlighting businesses. And so with that campaign from the city and our campaign from the BIA, you know, there isn't much more we could do other than be present on all the social media. And if I could have asked the city for anything, you've already done it. You know, the city already stepped up to the plate for us, and you know, I can't thank you enough. And I already know our businesses, you know, maybe they don't all realize how much the city put into it or how much the BIA did, but you know, you think about COVID and how much can you really do? I mean, you know, hands are tied, doors are closed. So you do your best. And I have to say, I think with the BIA and the city's contribution, we did our best, and we're still doing what we can.
Thanks, Barbara. It's always nice to hear sort of organically that our city staff are excellent. We all know that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Weaver. Councillor Outley, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to note before I ask my question that Dwight Rose would like to say something after I finished. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Barb. There was a recent change to parking downtown. Are there any feedback, any changes since that was, or I'm not sure if it's been enacted yet, but what are your comments on parking downtown?
Yeah. I think from our position, and you know, it's every alternate idea, you know, has to be explored, and you don't know if it's going to work until you've tried it. So, you know, we're looking at it and saying it's working now, why change it? But then we understand that, you know, there are some residents who are working from home, and you know, so let's try it. I think it's only for about another month now until the end of March. Or mid-April that we're trying this, if I'm correct. I may not be. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it causes any problems to our businesses now they're open, because curbside delivery is their livelihood, and some of the restaurants haven't opened and they may not for a while. So curbside delivery is very important. If you can't get to the curb, if Skip the Dishes can't make it, if somebody picking up their food or picking up whatever items they're shopping for can't get there and have to walk several blocks to get there because someone's parked there all day, that could be a problem. But do we know if it's a problem? Not until we try it. So, you know, we're willing to say, go ahead and try it. What we prefer is, like, if it isn't broken, don't fix it. But, you know, we're on the same page. We're on the same page.
Yeah. Thanks, Barb, and Mr. Chair. I'll hand it back to you and Mr. Rose.
Thank you. Dwight, you wanted to say something. You have the floor, sir. You're muted, Dwight. You have to unmute yourself, please. There you go.
I'd just like to say I reiterate what Barbara's saying here, and we have a bright future ahead of us if we can get past this COVID situation. We have all the intentions of supporting our businesses and their vital importance in the core. I'm gonna make a prediction that the downtown is going to be the place to be in the future here with the way everything is going here. So, and I solely hope that from the bottom of my heart, solely. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Rose and Ms. Sutherland, for your volunteerism for the BIA. It's a lot of work, I know, and you've been doing it. Some of you have been doing it for a long time. Thank you very much. Is there any members of the committee wish to request any other operating budget increase or decreases to this budget? I see none. Okay, I'm going to thank you very much from BIA. We appreciate your coming out and speaking to the budget. Next item will be the Brant County Health Unit budget. I'd like to call upon the chair, John Bell, and the Chief Executive Officer, Joanne Tober, and Lisa DiDonato from the Brant County Health Unit to provide a presentation regarding their 2021 operating budget.
Thank you, Councillor Carpenter. It's a pleasure to be here with the members of City Council, as well as the city staff and our other local boards. So we are the health protection, health promotion, and disease prevention people. So we operate under the Health Protection and Promotion Act and are providing services throughout the community. If you can go to the next slide, please. So our priorities for 2020 are obviously responding to the demands of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. So we are still busy doing case and contact management and following up on all of the positive cases in the community. We're also doing a lot of education and enforcement of any infractions to guidance. We are implementing a mass immunization campaign. That's been slow at the start due to the vaccine supply, but we are underway with that and have been doing quite well in our long-term care sector. And we continue to address other local priorities, including the use of opioids. And we're committed to delivering high quality programs under the Ontario Public Health Standards and delivering as many public health programs in parallel to our work with the pandemic. You can go to the next slide, please. So our budget pressures are, there's lots of demands and unknowns about the ongoing global pandemic and mass immunization. Cases, as you know, have been up and down. We had the first wave, we're just coming out of the second wave, and we're certainly hoping that we can have more immunization so that we're not going to be going into the third wave. The mass immunization campaign, we're eager to get going with that and just waiting for a stable and robust vaccine supply coming into the country so that we can start immunizing our local residents. There's certainly significant impacts on funding changes to us. In 2020, the provincial government changed the funding to health units. We had previously been funded for 100% provincially funded programs, and we're in a 25-75 cost share split. And that changed last year to most of our 100% programs became cost shared, and the cost split became 70-30. And according to the Health Protection and Promotion Act, that gets downloaded to our local municipalities because the province provides a grant, but our local municipalities are responsible for the rest of the funding for public health programs and services. We have just finished our collective bargaining with 2 bargaining units, 2 ONA units, which has resulted in our increases to negotiated increases to compensation and some small benefits increases. Next slide, please. This is talking about COVID impacts. So this is a quote from Christine Elliott, the Minister of Health and Deputy Premier. So the statement to us is that public health units are expected to take all necessary measures to continue to respond to COVID-19 in their areas. We're to support the Ministry of Health in the provincial rollout of the vaccine program and continue to maintain critical public health programs and services. So we have been directed to redeploy staff to address COVID, and we have been told that COVID is our #1 priority, both the case and contact management and the vaccine and immunization rollout. Next slide, please. So getting into the finances and our budget. So in 2020, the City Council approved budget was $2,520,000. The changes to revenue that we've had are approximately $18,000. We have seen approximately $30,000 in efficiencies, and that would be the city proportion of the efficiencies that we've obtained in administration and operations. Our increases to employee compensation is approximately $146,000. Our COVID impacts were to redeploy staff and put all of our budgetary resources towards COVID. And then once we have exhausted all of our budget, our current health unit budget, then we will be putting in a one-time cost for extraordinary expenses to the ministry. So the impact of COVID is anticipated to be 0 for the municipality. Our provincial budget impact due to changes is $9,800, and new programs and services are $83,000, and that is for the drug strategy coordinator, increases in needle sweeps, and incentives for the needle exchange and needle return program. Next slide, please. So in our budget, so our gross expenditures are $11,586. So our gross revenues are $8,846,000, and so the net tax to the city would be $2,739,000, approximately $740,000. Next slide, please. So this slide indicates the difference between the 2020 budget and the 2021 budget. So there is an increase of $208,900. So that is an increase of 8.25%. And that is due to the change in the cost shared from the provincial government. That is not increases to programs and service or expansions in staff. It also doesn't reflect any COVID expenses, as those will be funded from the ministry through a separate stream. And next slide, please. So as part of the budget process, the Board of Health considered several options to reduce the city and county proportion of our budget. So we did look at administrative and operational savings, and we did propose our next strategic planning cycle for savings of over $100,000 in our budget for 2020. We did provide to go further. The other reductions that were considered were reductions in mandatory programs and reductions in staffing. And the board decided to allocate to not reduce programs and services or the program complement, particularly during this pandemic period. And next slide, please. So we've been very conscious of the budget directions of our municipal partners and very cognizant of the unknowns relating to pandemic and the mass immunization. We've tried to provide a budget that's realistic and sustainable with for costs for delivering our programs and services in accordance with the Health Protection Promotion Act and the Ontario Public Health Standards, as well as meeting our obligations for COVID, for the response to the COVID pandemic. And I will stop there, and our group would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Tober. We do have a number of questions, and first I have Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Joanne. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very much appreciated. You put a lot of work into it. One of the words in there that I'm uncomfortable with is the unknowns. I think not just with everything. Unknowns are exactly that, unknowns. But what you're asking for a fairly good increase in your budget of 8.7%. If that were reduced in half, what impact would that have on your ability to do your job?
We would be cutting positions, we would be laying off staff, and we would be stopping some of our mandatory programs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Welcome, Joanne. Thanks for coming to us today. Have you wrapped up your year end for 2020?
We're currently in the final processes of doing that. Yes.
What was your cutoff date for submissions for 2020?
Sorry, for like expenses coming into that budget?
Yeah, you would have given your staff a deadline to have all their submissions in for year end. Has that deadline passed?
Yes, it has.
Okay. When do you expect to have the year end statement ready?
We submit that to the city after we've completed our annual financial statements, and that's usually the end of March into early April.
Okay. Do you produce a draft year end report?
Yes, we did for the board.
I wonder if you might share that with us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Before we conclude our budget deliberations, I think it would be helpful, given that we're doing the budget at this time of year. I suspect that most organizations are going to have some degree of year-end numbers that we can look at. That gives us sort of a real world opportunity to look not just at budget to budget, but budget to actuals for the year just ended. I presume that during the lockdowns, the majority of your folks are working from home?
Yes, we have, because of our programs and services, we have kind of a mix. I would say 50 to 60% of our staff have been working from home.
Did any of your folks get laid off during the pandemic?
Layoffs, no.
Okay. The municipality gave a directive of a budget directive to all external agencies, I believe. Is that correct?
Are you directing that to the city staff, Dan?
Did you receive direction from City of Brantford, Joanne, with a budget target?
Maybe I can speak to this. The answer is simply no.
Did the board give a budget guidance to staff to prepare a target amount, John?
Again, no.
Okay. Is that something that might be beneficial in future?
Depends on the circumstances. This year, let me go back a year because it's important to put it into context. Last year, and it was my first year on the board, I wasn't the chair, but we got to a simple, let's agree 2% increase. And that was done with very little thought. And it was done with the consequence that we had to make significant savings to achieve that 2%. And that's carrying through, that's making the achievement of the 2021 expenditures even more difficult. And so we're actually facing a part of the problem we're increasing so much this year is because we held back last year.
Thank you. One last question, Joanne.
I'll have to put you back on the list then, Councillor McCree. Councillor Vanderstilt, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair Carpenter. Through you to Joanne. Hello, welcome. Thank you for the presentation. Quick question with regard to the city net tax supported budget of 2.7. What is the county's net tax supported budget?
I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me. I can get that to you.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you very much for that.
If I may just help in that respect, the county's net increase was 9.8% relative to the 8.2% that the city is facing because the cost sharing changed.
Thank you, Councillor Vanderstilt. Councillor Weaver, on the floor.
Thank you, Chair Carpenter. Joanne, welcome. Thank you for coming. Can you tell me a little bit, I haven't had the pleasure of being on the health board since I've been on council just because of the timing of your meetings doesn't line up with my work schedule. So could you tell me how many, if any, enforcement staff does the health unit have?
We have 4. We have 4 part-time staff, and that's strictly our tobacco and our bylaw enforcement. And then we do some, our public health inspectors also do some enforcement work as well.
Okay.
They're enforces officers.
Okay, so under the legislation that empowers them to do that enforcement, is that under the same legislation that created your organization, or is it a separate piece of legislation?
It depends on what the enforcement, some of it would be under, for example, the Smoke Free Ontario Act, some of it would be under the Health Protection and Promotion Act. So there are different pieces of legislation. And some is, for example, would be the guidance for the pandemic response.
Okay, and I'm asking just because I'm just wondering if there's any efficiencies with joining your enforcement group with the city's enforcement group. I'm not even sure if that's possible through the legislation that's in place right now, but I just thought that might be a question worth asking to see if that's been considered at all. And I don't necessarily think that would go to you, Joanne. It'd probably go to our CAO. Sorry to catch you off guard there, Brian.
Thank you, Councillor. Can you repeat that question?
I can. I was just wondering. So we've just undertaken sort of a project to look at in-house enforcement to be under one roof, essentially. So I'm wondering if we've taken a look at the enforcement agencies with the health unit to see if those folks would be a good fit in that, and in doing so, if we would be able to realize any financial savings.
Councillor, we have not looked, I know our bylaw people and Gary Anderson work very closely with the health unit on day-to-day interaction, but we have not considered, we have not had discussion with the BCHU about that initiative of merging those two together or bringing them over or vice versa. So no, that has not been done.
Okay, I'll chat with you offline about that afterwards. And then just my last question, this one is for Joanne. So Joanne, have you been part of any of the accommodation strategies with the city as far as your location? Because just if you've got 50 to 60% of your folks working from home, there might be opportunities for that to be a permanent situation like the city has done. And we've actually found some good cost savings. So I'm wondering if that's been considered by the board yet.
We have not looked at that because our people are generally out in the community. And so even though they're working remotely, one of the things that we're not having as many of right now is our clinic services. So we would be up with those services again and have people working because we do have a fair bit of client interaction. So for us, there would be a minimal amount of that would actually on an ongoing basis be a savings.
Okay, I was just thinking that large building you have with 60% of the people not there. So I was just again looking to see if there was any costing savings we might be able to realize. So, okay, that's all my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weaver. Mayor Davis, you have the floor.
Yeah, actually, sorry, I should have lowered my hand. Councilor Weaver asked my questions.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Davis. I believe it's Councilor McCurry. Now you're back on the floor for a second time.
Thank you, Chair. Joanne, I just wanted to ask you a question with respect to the distribution of vaccines. At the current time, vaccines have been distributed to long-term care homes and retirement homes, I guess. Is that right?
That's correct.
And your distribution is based entirely upon direction given to you by the provincial government?
That's correct.
So going forward, neither you nor us will have any input with respect to which groups, which ages, which locations are going to receive the vaccines in which order?
At this point, the sequencing and the target populations have been directed strictly from the province. So at this point, until we get into much later phases, that would be correct. The direction has been very tightly controlled provincially.
Now, we had a circumstance here a while ago. It was reported in the newspaper at, I guess it's Amberley Place on St. Paul Avenue, where the ownership and the management managed to get, if I recall correctly, family members vaccinated. Can you indicate how a place like that would come to have what they said was extra vaccines on hand?
Yes, at the vials of vaccine come in, there's 6 doses per vial or 10 doses per vial. So depending on what the numbers are at a home or at any of our clinics, we always have a contingency plan for dealing with any extra doses. So if there's a no-show or we open a vial and we use 4 doses, but there would be 2 doses left. And the people that we target for that are people who are also in that group. So we would ask if we know that we're going to have a couple of doses, we would have on standby. For example, if we're doing long-term care staff at one home, we would call another home and ask them to send over a couple of their staff to get those extra doses. So we would give the doses to others within the target population.
And those are administered by health unit employees, right?
Yes.
The vaccinations, rather?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor McCurry. Do any members of the committee wish to request any other operating budget increase or decreases to this budget? Okay, I'm seeing none, so thank you. Thank you very much for everything that you're doing at the health unit and for all your staff that are at risk. Thank you, thank them on our behalf and on behalf of the community.
I will. we appreciate that. Thank you very much, Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to call upon Ray Lynn Aramburu, I hope I said that right, and the CAO Chief Librarian, as the Chief Librarian, and Ken Simmons, Manager of Business Services and Library Board Chair. Marion McGee is also here, so please come forward with your presentation.
Thank you. I guess, there it goes. All right, thank you, Chair, Council members, and Mayor. Thanks also, as you mentioned, to Marianne McGeehan, the Chair of the Library Board, for joining us this evening to support this board-approved operating budget for the Brantford Public Library. Next slide, please. So diving right into priorities, effectively managing the library's response to the impacts of the pandemic is, of course, a priority for 2021. Brantford Public Library was among the first of the public libraries to reopen following the reintroduction of services by the province in 2020. And prior to this recent shutdown, we were able to offer a wider variety of services for a greater number of hours than many other comparable libraries. The health and safety of staff and customers has been a priority at every step of closure and reopening. And the library will continue to provide as many resources and services for the community as possible, as safely as possible throughout the coming year. And next, I'm proud to say that the Brantford Public Library Board has joined a growing number of public libraries and made an important commitment that will reduce barriers to library membership. So that is, the board has approved the elimination of overdue late fines for library materials. A large body of information on the topic was reviewed, and it points to several benefits of going fine-free. Studies show that increased library use and membership follows the elimination of fines. Staff spend a significant amount of time addressing fines, time that could be better spent connecting customers to library resources. In Brantford, accounts blocked from borrowing due to accumulated fines are disproportionately linked with residents and geographic areas of the city that are more socially and economically vulnerable. Library fines deter library use for people who are living paycheck to paycheck. And when fines add up, people often simply just stop coming, and they stop bringing their kids, and they miss out on the benefits that the library can offer unnecessarily. When researching this initiative, one community member told us, I have a book out from 5 years ago that's sitting on my bookshelf, and I'm too embarrassed to return it, and I'm scared to know how much I owe. So with a fine-free model, it's important to know that customers are still held responsible for returning their materials because the library charges replacement fees when items are unreturned or lost or damaged. And once the items are returned, those charges are removed. In addition to the fine-free initiative, which is scheduled to launch next month, the library is seeking and implementing other ways to reduce barriers to library membership as well, such as the launch of a new convenient online registration form that provides immediate access to digital resources. Another priority for us in 2021 is planning. A library planning study is underway, which will inform decisions about library spaces and locations for decades to come. The library strategic plan will also be updated this year, and the board plans to use the customer survey data that's gathered during the library planning study to also inform the strategic plan, which will be developed in-house. And onto partnerships. So partnerships have always been a priority for the Brantford Public Library. We cannot achieve success without our partners. Partners help the library to be efficient and responsive to community interests and needs. And especially in the context of the pandemic, the library will be looking to support community partners and to find new ways to provide meaningful services for customers, such as the new outreach worker partnership that was recently enthusiastically approved by board and council. So thank you for that. And next slide, please. The library partners with approximately 40 local organizations, and if you can just see a few here on this slide. And we keep each other informed, and we work together on shared programs, committees, and joint projects. Next slide, please. So moving on to budget pressures and challenges. As much as the pandemic response will be a priority for the coming year, obviously it also comes with relentless challenges. So the library faced a number of COVID-related expenses and significant declines in revenue in 2020, but overall a budget surplus is projected for 2020. So several factors are contributing to this surplus, including the suspension of Sunday service hours for most of 2020 due to the pandemic, a number of prolonged vacancies last year, and reduced staffing during the initial pandemic shutdown. So with this surplus, the library will be able to handle the projected 2020 COVID-related budget pressures internally, and I will provide more information on that on the following slides. Unavoidable wage and benefit increases make up the majority of the library's ongoing operational increases you see in this budget for 2021. These stem from negotiated contract increases and larger benefit costs, such as changes to the Canada Pension Plan. And finally, as you know, we have a long-standing mutually beneficial partnership with Wilfrid Laurier University. And with Laurier's plans to build its own Brantford campus library, it is expected that our partnership will be changing, possibly during this term of council. And the changes likely will have a substantial impact on the library's operating budget. This is an upcoming challenge that will require further consideration as more information becomes available. Next slide, please. So our estimated expenditures related to COVID in 2021 are $24,000. Estimated lost revenue is $109,000. And for a total estimated impact of $133,000. With this budget submission, however, the library board intends to manage pandemic impacts in 2021 internally. So the net impact for the city is 0 in terms of the library's COVID-related impacts. So the library board approved the creation of a pandemic stabilization reserve to be funded by the library's projected 2020 surplus, budget surplus, and a transfer from this reserve will offset the library's 2021 COVID costs. Next slide, please. So I'll just touch on a few pertinent points in this slide. Under changes to revenue, some adjustments to revenues were made based on recent actuals, and a decrease in revenue was also built in to reflect the elimination of overdue fines, as mentioned earlier. That lost fine revenue was offset by efficiencies that we were able to identify in the collections budget. So you'll see that about halfway down the slide under efficiencies. We also found a software subscription that we could cancel, again, to balance out that lost fine revenue. And you'll see those savings reflected under efficiencies, as mentioned. Going back up near the top under contractual, we saw a minor increase when we joined the city's unified telephone system recently. And as noted previously, the estimated COVID impact is $133,000, and you can see the corresponding amount in other at the bottom of the slide coming through as an anticipated reserve transfer to offset that amount and zero it out. The unavoidable negotiated wage increases and benefits changes are reflected under employee compensation. You can see there to the amount of $95,000. Next slide, please. So in total, the budget request from the city to maintain current level of library services is $4,868,750. Next slide, please. And this number represents a 1.91% increase over the 2020 net tax budget from the city. Without the reserve transfer for COVID impacts, the budget would have come in at a 4.58% increase. The 1.91% number represents ongoing operational increases. So the reserve transfer for COVID impacts only addresses one-time irregular costs, so that next year's budget is not going to see us behind in terms of ongoing increases. Next slide, please. And as noted, the library is coming in at a 1.91% increase, which is under the targets that were specified. So options to further reduce the budget have not been identified. Next slide, please. So many aspects of the pandemic have been unpredictable, but one thing that we do know is that historically, when the economy takes a downturn, there is a surge in demand for library services and resources. Typically during hard times, people turn to their libraries more than ever for free access to information, entertainment, programming, training, government supports, and job-seeking activities. The library board has leveraged opportunities to ensure the library is positioned to continue providing services and resources when community members will need us most. They have been supportive of creative and progressive solutions and partnerships that will better serve Brantford as reflected in this proposed budget. And now I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Raylene. I do have a list of members of the committee who would like to ask some questions. And first of all, I have Councillor Utley on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Raylene, thank you for your presentation and all the work that went into it. For the viewers and who are looking in, and for council and the mayor, could you share very briefly how the library has served the citizens of this city during the COVID?
Sure, through you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Ellie. We have, I guess we've just tried to adapt as much as possible and be open to any opportunities that have come our way. So whether that was partnering with community members or community groups who wanted to use our 3D printer during the early stages of the pandemic, to transitioning our programming to be online. Certainly, I think you're aware of most recently, we've started doing check-in calls, wellness calls to our senior members to help in terms of isolation. So we're just continuing, as I said, to adapt and work with partners and try to respond to what the community is telling us they need.
Thanks, Raylene. Good job. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Next, I have Councillor McCurry.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Welcome, Ray Lynn. Good to see you again. I presume that you've got a year-end statement ready or a draft statement ready as of December 31st.
Through you, Chair, we are sort of on the same schedule as the health unit. We have some drafts. We're working towards it. It won't be finalized until March, April. It'll be going to the board, but certainly we are in the process of pulling those numbers together. Yes.
Okay. So could you provide us with a draft statement, I guess, during this month, so that we can look at what your 2020 actuals are to the best of your ability? I'm pleased to see you're moving to a fine-free status. It is regressive, and I'm very pleased to see that you're not simply doing everything we've always done. I think it's an admirable initiative. So you received a directive from the corporation of the City of Brantford, and you've met the goals that were, or the top end that was established for you, and thank you very much. Now, with respect to the loss of the Laurier business, I recall a number of years ago when that business came on board and we hired staff to at the time we thought to specifically look after Laurier's needs. The staff that currently look after Laurier's needs, do they operate strictly to service the Laurier business?
Through you, Chair. No, we do not currently have any staff that are solely dedicated to Laurier, to the Laurier work.
Okay, thank you. During COVID, I presume that it's pretty tough for most of your staff to work from home as they're dedicated to serving the public. Were there layoffs at the library?
Through you, Chair, we did have a number of staff who were put on declared emergency leave during the shutdown. A portion of staff did continue to work from home. They were looking after that online support, but certainly approximately, I'd say about half the staff were put on declared emergency leave.
So does that mean they were not drawing salary and benefits from the library?
I believe it does mean they were not drawing salary. I believe there is an opportunity. We found the benefit of the declared emergency leave rather than a layoff was that they could still
Thank you.
benefit.
Next, I have Councillor Vanderstilt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Ray Lynn. Ray Lynn, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all your hard work in difficult circumstances. We've been dreading the departure of Laurier for quite a few years now. Do we have a kind of a rough idea of the financial implications of that? And secondly, when do we anticipate that will happen?
Through you, Chair. We do know that the amount of revenues we've been receiving from Laurier has been sort of declining slightly over time as our services change to them. 2020 was not a typical year in terms of the service we provided to Laurier, so I won't tell you what that was. But in 2019, for example, we received $132,000 from Laurier. So that's the kind of figures we're looking at. And I think we're getting closer. We do check in regularly, and it's always been a few years out. I think we're no longer a few years out. I think we can expect to get some actual notice of when the impacts might happen, probably sometime this year or next year, that we'll get the notice, I anticipate, within the coming year. And not that it'll happen in the coming year.
Understood. So just over $100,000 direct, but the indirect benefits to the library, have we taken a second look at that and or tried to figure on what the reduction in those secondary benefits might be? All of the student uses and the student economic additions to the library. Do we know what that will result in? when they're no longer using our library and they're using their own resources and their own study rooms and their own materials?
Through you, Chair. I think, I don't think we expect the relationship to end. I think we just expect the relationship to change. For example, we don't have a similar agreement with Conestoga, and yet we see Conestoga students using our space. So I think as long as we continue to be a welcoming space it will continue to have appeal to students and be used by students. But certainly it is, I think, a topic that will be explored more in depth by the board this year as we look at it more deeply, for sure, as we get closer to it. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Raylan.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Vanderstel. Next, I have Councilor Sless. Councilor Sless, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, folks. First, I'd like to say thank you for you hit the guideline, and that's really appreciated by council. A number of folks didn't, so when someone does, it should be recognized, and it's certainly appreciated. You're covering off the 133,000 from a reserve. Do you have more than one reserve?
Through you, Chair. Yes, we do. We have a few different reserves for different uses. Yeah.
Okay. The reserve that the $133,000 came out of, what was that reserve for?
Through you, Chair. It was actually set up specifically for offsetting it's called the Pandemic Stabilization Fund. So the intention there was to pool sort of resources to draw from as needed, recognizing that times are fairly uncertain at the moment.
Okay, I think you kind of answered my next question. How do you fund that reserve?
Through you, Chair. So at this point, it is going to be funded by it's a fairly new reserve. Obviously, we didn't know we would be in this position before. So the projected budget surplus is what we're proposing will fund that.
Okay, and can you give me that surplus in just ballpark figures?
It's through you, Chair. It's actually coming in. Again, it's not finalized yet. We're still working through the numbers, but it's actually coming in very close to what we need it to be. I think the last number I saw was $135,000. So and now we're at 133 is what we're projecting.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for your presentation again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Sless. Councilor McCurry, second time.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Raylan, I'm going to continue on with that line of inquiry that Councilor Sless embarked upon. So you say you have a number of reserve accounts, and are you, in your budget every year, are you making regular annual contributions to your reserve accounts from your budget?
Through you, Chair. No, we do not have a dedicated reserve transfer set up. So it's somewhat unpredictable. There have been times where we have budgeted for a reserve transfer. For example, when we were working through our pay equity needs, we sort of knew they were coming ahead of time, so we had planned some reserve transfers around it, but it comes down to surplus or deficits at the end of the years. The last 2 years we've had a deficit, and so there hasn't been transfers going into the reserves, and we do not have a dedicated system where it's a reliable source of income for those reserves.
Okay, could you provide us with a copy of the balance sheet as well that would show the balances in all those reserve accounts that you carry?
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, there's no further questions. I have just one quick one. When you talk about your COVID-19 impact, the 133,000, some of that's decreased revenue, but some of it's supplies and cleaning supplies and PPE. Are you not able to apply to the province for COVID funding to cover off some of those?
Through you, Chair. I don't know. I believe we have been thus far been able to manage. So we have not looked into that, no.
Okay, well, I asked you to look into that to see if there is funding. I know there's been federal funding moved to the province, and provincial government has funding to give out to municipalities. And library boards, I'm not sure about, so worth looking into. Thank you. Is there any members of the committee wish to move any motions or request any other items to increase or decrease this budget? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Ray Lynn. Thank you very much. Next, we have a John Noblehome budget, and I'd like to call upon Jennifer Miller, the administrator, and Shelley Prokes, finance manager for John Noblehome, and I see the board chair is here as well. And I don't know if she's going to speak or not. Okay, thank you. Okay, Jennifer, please start your presentation.
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to present the 2021 proposed budget to you. As stated by the Councillor Carpenter, tonight I have with me Shelley Prue, our financial services manager, and our board chair, Councillor Joan Gatward. So next slide. So the priorities for the 2021 budget, of course, is to first and foremost protect our residents and staff from COVID-19. That's been a priority for the 2020 year and will be going forward for our 2021 year as well. We will be building a 20-bed, new 20-bed unit, and 10 of those beds are going to be in a redeveloped vacant wing, and 10 are into an addition to the home. So that's a 20-bed unit that we're very excited about. And our next priority is to continue to be the #1 facility in Brantford, Brant County. Next slide. So budget pressures, CMI funding, a large proportion of our funding is provincial funding is based on the case mix index, which is a measure of resident acuity. And we've conservatively budgeted for a case mix index of 1. Changes in provincial funding and within recent announcements, funding is not keeping pace with inflation. And so we have therefore conservatively estimated a 1.5% increase in funding. And the province has eliminated a portion of the structural compliance program, which is a reduction to the home. Increased costs to manage COVID and Ministry of Long-Term Care guidelines. At this time, we've only been guaranteed 3 months of infection prevention and control funding, although we anticipate the need for this to continue throughout the whole year. Employee compensation and benefit costs are rising. All 3 of our unions are going into arbitration this year with us above mandate. And then COVID has highly impacted costs of the employee benefit program. And recruitment, retention of staff. With the One Healthcare Employer Directive, eligible staff are in short supply. Next slide, please. Impacts of COVID-19. The John Noblehome has experienced a lot of COVID-19 impacts. I have one slide here, but I could have listed several more. We do twice daily screening of staff and residents. We have enhanced infection prevention and control measures. We have a new requirement for staff to be tested for COVID-19 in the facility 2 to 3 times weekly. Resident isolation, staff morale, costs of personal protective equipment for staff and essential caregivers entering the home. Impacts of the single employer on staffing levels, staff burnout, COVID fatigue, fear, isolation requirements due to COVID-19 regulations. New admissions have to be isolated for 2 weeks. Staff have to be isolated if they have community exposure. Managing of our visiting policy, essential caregivers and requirements associated with that, and Ministry of Long-Term Care directives, which change quite frequently. Next slide. Building of the budget. So for our 2020 city council approved budget is $1,757,682. Changes to revenue is $176,000. Employee compensation, $294,000, which is base wage and benefit increase. Inflationary is $34,000, which includes utilities, facility costs, food costs, supplies. COVID-19 impacts $55,000. And then other $5,000 for the change in cost share. City share decreased from 72.7% to 72.5% for a 2021 adjusted base city share budget of $1,960,000. Next slide. So the 2021 operating budget is gross expenditures $15,904,825, which is an increase of 3.66% overall from 2020. Gross revenues, $13,944,585, which has not kept pace with inflation. So as a result, we are requesting for a gross municipal tax supported budget of $1,960,239 city share. Next slide, please. For the 2021 net tax budget, we do have an increase of 11.52%, which is $202,000. So of which $555,000 can be directly attributed to the non-COVID funded expenses. Next slide. So the budget follows the City of Brantford budget guidelines and an anticipated CMI of 1. Increases relate directly to infection prevention and control and following the ministry guidelines for protection of residents and staff. Due to the uncertainty of ministry funding, budget assumptions have been made on guaranteed income sources. In summary, I would like to say that the John Nober Home is very grateful for the support shown by our leadership and the residents of Brantford and Brant County. We could not have done this without you. Thank you. And any questions?
Thank you, Jennifer. And I do have some questions from members of the committee. First up, I have Councillor Sless. Councillor Sless, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And congratulations, Jennifer, to you and your staff and your board. You fared so well during this pandemic. You know, any sickness is difficult to I guess, deal with, but compared to other regions and other homes, you've done remarkable. So congratulations, that's well done. The $55,000 that you attribute to the COVID related costs, is that not recoverable through the province?
So I'll direct to Shelley.
So through the chair, that is the amount that is non-recoverable, and that is the city portion only. The home has only been guaranteed funding for 3 months for infection prevention and control up to March 31. However, the expenditures are anticipated to last throughout the year. So the total that is not recoverable by the province at this point is $76,419, of which the city shares the 55.
Okay, and I think you indicated that your staff are being tested 2 to 3 times a week. Is that done is the health unit doing that? Or are those rapid tests done internally?
So through the chair, so that's the 2 to 3 is a new directive. Currently, right now we're doing 1 time a week, and it's at an on-site clinic, which then is sent out through these other PCR tests. What will be happening by the middle of March is, and we're developing this now, and we're in the process of figuring out how we're going to do this, but they are what's called the pan-bio antigen tests. And those are the tests that are actually run within the home. And so it's like a very brief screening test that does not go to any lab, but it's done through the home. And so we'll be able to have rapid results within 15 minutes. Anything that would be positive would then be sent to a PCR test, lab test. So that's, so there's a lot of staff that get tested weekly. It's a lot of testing going on. And so, it does give us a good sense of security, knowing that we're able to control any virus that may potentially enter the home.
Sure. Now, with that testing, obviously comes a cost. Is that something that's borne by the facility, or is that something that province picks up, or is that something in your budget?
So through the chair, there's a little of both. With the pan-bio testing, that the antigen testing, the cost of the test itself will be covered by the province at this moment, but the staff to perform the test is a cost to the home. So there's that. We have had various tranches of funding to cover some of the expenses related to COVID, but with every new directive, there's increased costs.
Okay, and I guess just finally, Mr. Chair, if I could, are your staff and residents now fully vaccinated?
So through the chair, our residents received their 2nd dose of vaccine, and actually tomorrow, our staff will be receiving their 2nd dose. So we are over the moon that we were able to have that, and and also kudos to the health unit for helping us to run these programs smoothly. So yeah, we're going to be fully vaccinated tomorrow.
That's terrific, and that's very good news. Thank you again. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Sless. Next, I have Councillor Weaver. Councillor Weaver, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Jennifer. Thank you very much for coming. Can you talk a little bit about the Time to Care Act and how we feel that that's going to impact our municipality? So maybe just explain, the 4 hours of care to people, just so everyone is on the same page first.
Right. So through the chair, yeah, the Time to Care Act does require that we have 4 hours of resident care per day, and that would be through direct resident care. So it would be nurses, PSWs, things like that. So they are still in the process of reviewing the act and finalizing the details. So we haven't been given a whole lot of information on, how that will happen. Whereas if any additional funding would come for that. The home itself does provide very close to the 4 hours of resident care per day. In fact, depending on how you calculate it, we at times exceed that number. Shelley, do you have the exact number?
Through the chair, if you are counting rec programming in that number, which we have yet to hear from the province whether or not that is going to be a factor, then we do meet the 4 hours per resident per day. However, we're not real clear on what they're going to count in that 4 hours.
So I'm asking because I'm hoping that there's going to be some type of calculation done to make sure that any cost associated with this new change of legislation offsets the municipal costs to do so. So historically, are they going to actually take a look at how many folks we have, those extra hours, times they're paid, that's how much money we're going to get? Or are they going to give us an arbitrary number that's most likely going to be lower and we'll have to come up with a shortfall?
Through the chair, we don't know how they're going to come up with that. I don't want to hazard a prediction on, what that would happen. Shelley, do you have any?
Through the chair, the only thing I'd like to add is any time that the province seems to give homes to support staffing, it's not at the cost that the home is seeing for staffing. It's an arbitrarily fairly low wage rate, of which through our union contracts we don't maintain. So sometimes the funding doesn't directly relate to the actual costs of the staffing.
And that's what I was expecting. So thank you for that. So are we looking at planning for next year's budget then, knowing that, at some point over the course of the year, the legislation will hopefully pass and then move forward, and then we'll get our numbers. And so in the event that we're low, are we looking at anything to mitigate that?
So through the chair, yes. What the province has determined is that they would like to have this in phase by 2024. So I believe it'll be more of a gradual rollout. And at this point, it would all depend on how they're calculating which staff are involved and how they are going to get to that number of the 4 hours of care.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And again, I know it's already been said, but please tell your staff how much we appreciate all the work they do. John Noble Home is a shining star in our community. We're very proud of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Weaver, very kindly. Councillor McCurry, you have the floor, sir.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Welcome, Jennifer. Good to see you again. Could you provide us with your year-end actuals, whether final version or draft version this month, please?
Through the chair, if I could say March, because we're in the process of running T4s, and because 85% of our budget is salary and benefit based, they do have quite the impact. So as soon as we can get some drafts out, we would be happy to provide them for you.
You use a computerized payroll system, correct?
Through the chair, we do, but we are currently running our pension adjustments, and we'll have those T4s ready. And as I said, they do have an impact on the financials for sure.
Okay, so as soon as you get that done, we'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. Tell me what you do with your leftover vaccines.
Yes, through the chair, it was we very carefully calculated the numbers of the vaccines that were administered. At the first clinic that they ran, there was some additional vaccine that did go to our essential caregivers, which would be within the mandated population. And so, yeah, it's a math game that we very carefully, and we also have a list of staff. If for this next clinic there is extra vaccine, we have a list of staff who did not receive the first dose, who would be willing to receive the first dose that day. So we have made extensive plans because we obviously don't want to waste the vaccine, but we want to give it to the frontline staff.
Didn't give it to relatives and friends, right?
No, through the chair, absolutely not.
I wonder if you could tell me, it's a question I was asked earlier this week. Does John Mobile Home pay taxes to the City of Brantford?
Through the chair, no, the home is rated as institution and is exempt.
Okay. And with respect to the population, do we know the percentage of folks who are living there who previously had city or county addresses?
Through the chair, that would be difficult to find out because oftentimes they may have a family member who has a different address or.
Okay.
So
yeah. I thought that's what the answer would be. Okay, thank you very much. And having been on that board last year, I can truly appreciate the lengths to which you folks have gone to make sure that the people in our care are protected. And I congratulate County Councillor Joan on her chairmanship. And I think it's important to remember that Councillor Carpenter was at the helm for the onset of this pandemic, and between the councillor and the board and the staff, we've done a phenomenal job there. And you only need to look at our results and compare them to the results elsewhere in the same type of communities to see what a great job you guys have done there. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Curry, for your kind words. Councilor Otley, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Jennifer. Jennifer, I add my thanks and gratitude to you and your staff for all that you've done during this pandemic. My question is related to the cost of sanitizers and PPE for your staff. What was the increase in that budget over 2019? And do you anticipate another increase after this year in 2022?
Yeah, through the chair, actually the cost of sanitizers and PPE, personal protective equipment, did go up throughout the pandemic. So it started out quite low and did sort of move up through. So we are budgeting based on the newer higher levels. And we do anticipate that the use of the PPE will not go away, of the personal protective equipment, even with the vaccine, because the vaccine you can still transmit. So we're very cautious about that. So we feel that it's an increased cost that will not be going away.
We never know how this thing's going to morph either.
Yeah.
I've got one more question, Mr. Chair. How are your residents coping with not seeing their loved ones on a regular basis? And how are their families, coping with this? Must be a heartbreak for many of the residents.
Yeah, through the chair, it's been such a difficult time. We can definitely see in the residents the lack of having their families there. We were so delighted when essential caregivers were allowed to come into the home, and even the fact that they have to get a test every single week, they still come.
Yeah.
So that's it's such a testament to the amount of support that they have from their families and that they need to be there. So yeah, it's been a super difficult time, but we're getting through, and we've discovered a lot of interesting ways to connect family members. So we do Skype calls, we do visits we did window visits, we do all kinds of safe things, but lots of creative ways to keep them in touch.
At first, were there some behavioral isn't the right word, but problems with their their moods and their enthusiasm and can you comment on that very briefly?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's been very hard as far as with the isolation. They feel that, and we have seen difficulties with when residents need to be isolated because of being new admissions or things like that. It's very hard, and it does take a toll on them emotionally and mentally, and we do see an increase in behaviors in that regard, especially when we might want to do a group program to de-escalate some behaviors and we can't, so we do a lot of one-on-one programming with the rec staff, but it's very difficult.
Your staff are true heroes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Utley. Councillor Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you to staff. Looking at your budget, other accommodation costs is one of the bigger dollar value increases. Can you explain what that's for?
Through the chair, other accommodations is a ministry term, but it also includes things like all the staff involved in your nutrition service and delivery, housekeeping, laundry, facility costs, as well as HR and admin. Some of the major changes in that budget and what attributed to the increase were directly as a result of things that were put in place for COVID-19. So as an example, the increased cleaning of the facility, specifically in the center core, the increase in the reception staff to make sure the proper screening goes in place to make sure that everyone coming into the home is screened per the ministry directive. So those are the major increases that were involved in other accommodations.
Okay. And the Bell Lane Terrace affordable housing, the revenue and the expenses balance out, but then there's money transferred between the city and county. Can you explain what the reasoning is for that?
Through the chair, I can. The Bell Lane Terrace has a debenture payment that was set based on a cost share when that debenture was taken out. And through the chair, because that cost sharing arrangement is changing slightly every year, that's where the pluses and minuses are coming, although very minor, but they are making a change to the budget as a result of the cost sharing arrangement changing, whereas the debenture share is fixed.
And what's the remaining term on the debenture?
Through the chair, I believe it was a 25-year debenture. That's a good 10 years in, but I could get that for
Close
you.
enough. No, that's close enough. Thank you. And have you had any of your residents or staff refuse the vaccine?
Through the chair, yes, we have. The vaccine isn't mandatory. They do have the right to refuse, and we have had both residents and staff refuse to take it.
Do you have a rough idea of a percentage?
So we did have, in our first clinic, we had 94% of our residents take the vaccine. So we did have 6 that refused. And our staff, we had at the first clinic that we've had, we were able to have approximately 66% of our staff received that first dose of the vaccine.
Okay, and would have been higher if more had been on the list, I'm guessing?
Through the chair, we're hoping that, I know that there's vaccine supply limitations, but we are hoping that there will be multiple clinics that will allow us to vaccinate more of our staff. But all of the staff were offered the vaccine at the first dose, and we did have, we had what we consider a fairly good turnout for that first clinic.
Glad to hear that. And with the vast majority of your residents and staff being vaccinated, hopefully most of them getting the second dose tomorrow, is there some justification for the province as to why you have to increase the amount of testing you're doing?
Through the chair, I believe that because there are new variants of the vaccine, and we do know that with getting the vaccine, or sorry, of the virus, but also getting the vaccine doesn't stop you from getting COVID. It just does stop you from experiencing severe symptoms from it. So because you can be an asymptomatic spreader, it is important to test so that we know that you don't have the virus and are passing it on, but you don't know you have it. So because of that, it's so important that we maintain the testing so that we can be careful that it doesn't come into the home.
Okay, and the testing that's being done, does it test for the different variants and identify them?
Through the chair, I believe it does. I'm not sure if it tests for all the variants, but I do know that it does do screening. I don't know exactly which variants or what it exact, but it is the COVID virus. I'm not sure the exact sensitivity of it to the various different variants.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for doing such a good job under such difficult circumstances.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Martin. Councilor Vanderstel, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Jennifer. Thank you, as always. Thank you, all of you, so much. Are there any costs associated historically with the common influenza shots that our residents were receiving, influenza 1 and 2, on a yearly basis, or is that covered in another means?
So yes, so the flu shot, that's covered for our residents, and we do budget for the staff time that it does take to administer it. So
but that comes at a cost, right? Because we allow all of our staff to leave at a certain point, right?
So do you mean the staff or the residents? Sorry.
The staff?
The staff, yes, they are. They have the option to receive the flu shot. I'm sorry, I misunderstand the question.
Sorry, are there any costs associated with the traditional flu shots, or is it fully covered?
So yeah, the only cost would be administering it here in the home for the residents, and if the staff receive it elsewhere, then there's no cost to the home.
Okay, and out of curiosity, it may not be germane to the topic, but had those numbers gone down, influenza?
So through the chair, I don't have the exact data to compare to for you, but we haven't had a flu outbreak this year. And by this time this year, we would have had probably at least 2. So we've not seen it. I would say that we've not seen the flu.
Okay, thank you. And one more tongue and quick question. I'm just wondering if any of you actually ever sleep.
Through the chair, not much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Councilor Vanderstel. Councilor Utley, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more quick question, Jennifer. And how many of our staff needed to self-isolate during the past months that the COVID came in? And if there was there a cost attached to that?
Through the chair, that's a hard, difficult question because we've had lots of staff who've had to self-isolate, and for various reasons. When school started back up, if their child had a cough or that sort of thing, we would have to isolate our staff. Things like that. If the staff had symptoms, we would ask them to isolate. So we have seen costs as far as our short-term disability and things like that. So we've definitely seen that. I don't have those numbers for you, but I think we can eventually look into getting them. But it is quite high.
That compounds the problems of operating the home. And but if you could send me a rough estimated number, that don't go into a lot of work or detail to get it. Just round the numbers off, please, to the nearest cent.
Okay, we can do that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Utley. Councilor Antosky, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Jennifer and Shelley. Thank you. As everyone says, we all recognize what a difficult time and how well you have done. The unforeseen circumstances are certainly not behind us. As you know, with the new directive with the rapid testing, I understand that there is a higher false positive rate. How might that affect staffing? Because the province is paying for this test, but now we've got a whole other staffing issue. What happens for a false positive and isolation and things like that?
Great. So through the chair. So as soon as somebody tests positive in the home with the rapid test, then they would have to undergo a second test, which would be the PCR test. So they would have to have 2 tests that day. They would immediately leave the home and isolate until the PCR test came back negative or not. And then of course we informed the Brant County Health Unit every time there would be a test that came back positive. I believe it will significantly impact our staffing levels in a negative way because with a higher false positive rate, we will be sending people home and they won't be coming back to the home until it's proven that they're negative. So we've done quite well with staffing. So it's going to be something that, it's going to be something that we're going to have to bear and get through.
Thanks. I just want committee to realize there are many more unforeseen circumstances coming down the line, and with staff already being at a premium and difficult to find, and probably all of you are short-staffed, being down more is really another difficulty. Thank you for your answers, Jennifer.
Thank you, Councillor Antosky. Councillor Weaver, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jennifer, so you had mentioned you've had some staff that have had to isolate. Can you explain that process to us? Just what's involved in that?
Yeah, so through the chair, if somebody has symptoms or if they've had exposure to COVID, say out in the community, or they've had known exposure, then they do have to receive a test right away. We wait for them to have a negative test, but we also request that they isolate for 2 weeks or that they don't come into the home for 2 weeks because we have to watch that they don't develop COVID in the meantime. So if they've been exposed in any way, usually it's the 2-week waiting time that they would develop the symptoms. So it does impact the staffing levels because if somebody has been exposed through community or through a family member, that sort of thing, we can't allow them into the home for the risk that they may have or be developing COVID.
So have you had many staff members have to do like a 48-hour, just because, again, you had mentioned their child maybe has come home with a cough or something?
Yeah.
So I'm asking these questions, and I'm not sure if this is a legal thing that we are able to do, or maybe it's not something we can do at all, but I guess because I'm a counselor, I get to ask these stupid questions sometimes. So you have your staff that need to isolate. I'm wondering if there's an ability for us to help them isolate properly by using the empty wing.
Through the chair, well, we are sort of in the process of redeveloping that empty wing very soon, and we will be constructing that. The staff that do isolate, they have to receive a negative COVID test in order to come back. So they isolate at their homes.
Okay, just as I suspected, a counselor asking a stupid question. I apologize. Thank you for the answer.
And no such thing as a stupid question,
Yeah,
Councillor. Thank you for asking it. Mayor Davis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Guarantee my question won't be stupid. But welcome, Jennifer, Shelley, and of course, County Councillor Joan Gatwood, our chair this year following Councillor Carpenter. So Jennifer, a little unspoken story, and that is not only the excellent job that you and your senior staff and other staff of the home have done controlling COVID in the home, but also you have created best practices and a role model for the rest of, let's call it the retirement home community here in Brantford, including, I believe you serve on a committee of executive directors of all those homes, and you passed on good best practices to these other facilities. I think a very small measure, not well known, but I think a major ingredient or factor in how well we've done in that sector here in this area. So kudos to you. And I know it wasn't just you, of course, you're a lot of input on your senior managers to that. So
Absolutely.
I think you're gonna know the question I'm gonna ask you, because I've asked this several times at the board. The budget represents the biggest part of that budget, or underlying factor, is what the home has had to do and must continue to do to protect the residents and staff from COVID. Whether it's cleaning, PPE, whatever it is, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
All you have to do is say yes.
Yes.
But part of it has been offset in the past by provincial grants and monies, and your budget was built on those costs continuing through most of the year, which I think is probably a pretty safe assumption. But the provincial reimbursement of those costs ending, I think it was the end of March. So have we heard, and you were waiting for word from the province, are they going to extend that reimbursement of those costs? Have we heard yet?
So through the chair, we have not heard yet. And we have written through the chair, the Committee of Management has written a letter requesting that these funds be continued through the year. And it has been sent off to the Minister of Long-Term Care, and we have not received a reply. We have not heard.
And I assume you won't know, well, it's hard to predict when you will receive a reply. But can I assume if they extend it out to the end of the year that would impact the budget requests submitted by the home to both the county and the city?
Through the chair, absolutely.
Okay, thanks again, and thanks for the great work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. Just a quick question, Jennifer or Shelley. If the province come forward and said they're going to fund our infection control funding beyond April 1st and to the end of the year, what would that do to the budget? How much money would that be for us, reduction in our budget?
Through the chair, I wouldn't want to hazard to guess that, because every time that the province sends funding our way, it comes with an additional requirement. So unless that was funding that did not have an additional requirement attached to it, it would be difficult to say how it would impact the budget. As an example, I expect that we will receive some additional IPAC funding. However, we haven't been given any funding to cover the new 3 times a week antigen testing in the home. So the expenses that are going to relate just to that program alone aren't even sitting within our budget right now, and those funds would be needed for that.
Okay, and the province boldly announced this, I think Council, we've addressed this, but boldly announced that they're going to move to increase care for our seniors in our seniors' homes, long-term care facilities across the province, to 4 hours. And we haven't received any legislation, any criteria. In fact, it's not even looking to take place till 2024.
2024. Through the chair, yes, it's 2024, and we're waiting to see how they are going to calculate it so that we will be able to address that.
And 2024 isn't necessarily final. It's not written in legislation, is it?
Through the chair, I believe that was their target date.
Oh, it's just a target. Okay, and the changes to revenue, can you explain the drop in revenue and the changes to revenue?
Through the chair, some of the funding decreases that the home saw, one of them was in what was called the structural compliance premium. It is a program that is being phased out. So the home took a hit this year and will be taking a hit in future years. Other than that, we did not see the anticipated increases from the province to meet inflation. So we're only at 1.5% instead of our hope, which would be at least 2%.
So that's basically a cut in funding of about 0.5% if we were trying to match inflation. And the funding change, the $176,000 decreased funding, the province hasn't increased that funding elsewhere to cover off our costs?
Through the chair, that negative number portrayed is an overall increase in funding, not a decrease in funding. However, I'd like to point out that a major portion of that is the 3 months of COVID money that's not being covered by 12 months of COVID expenses.
Okay, so what is the actual dollar amount decrease in funding because of the dropping of the program?
Through the chair, that equated to approximately $30,000.
Okay. All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, Mayor Davis, I see your hand back up. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Jennifer, I forgot to ask you one last installment on the set of questions I asked you, and that is, so someone might say, well, okay, the home and staff have now, whoever wants to be, has been inoculated, vaccinated. So why spend all the additional, keep spending all the money on COVID precautionary measures? I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it. So.
Yeah, so through the chair, so even with the vaccine, you can catch the COVID, and it can affect the residents. The vaccine itself will protect them from becoming seriously ill, but it's important that they not get COVID because, you know, because of their extreme, they have multiple comorbidities, they have multiple illnesses that can become much worse with COVID. So we certainly do not want COVID in the home. And even though they are vaccinated, it does serve a measure of protection, but it's not 100%. And it is, they, as a vulnerable population, they can suffer greatly from COVID. So it's not an iron wall at all against COVID.
And one last question to that. Hopefully by the end of the year, we have COVID-19 in the rearview mirror. Maybe that's wishful thinking, we'll see. But anyways, looking into the next year and the years after, do you see the need to continue these precautionary measures?
Yeah, through the chair, I think we've all learned a lot of lessons from COVID. I know it was such a negative thing, but I think that we've all learned a lot of ways that we will change our practices. And so important, especially in infection prevention and control, ways that we're going to do things differently. And I think that I'm not sure that we're ever going to go back to the way it was before. I think there's going to be some changes in the way that we do things in order to keep people safe, because I know that's probably a little gun shy, but we're all afraid of the next pandemic now that's going to come down, and we'll have to make sure that we are appropriately prepared, that, you know, we can keep everyone safe.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just Jennifer, to the budget, to the infection control, if we get a response from the province before the end of our budgets at the end of March, you would let us know and we'd be able to reduce your budget by that amount?
Through the chair, absolutely. We will let you know as soon as we hear from the province.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, now, is there any members of the committee wish to make any motion to request any other operating budget increase or decreases to this budget? Okay. Seeing none, I'd like to move on to the police services budget. And I'd like to call upon Chief Rob Davis and Deputy Chief Jason Saunders from the Brantford Police Service Board to provide a presentation regarding the 2021 operating budget. I know the chair of the board would be here, but he had some surgery today that prevents him from being here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mayor Davis, members of council and the estimates committee. With me is Deputy Chief Jason Saunders. Chair of the board, Police Services Board, Mark Littell, cannot be with us this evening as he did have dental surgery. He sends his regrets, but he's asked that I read the following. I apologize for not being in attendance, but as mentioned, I had dental surgery today and I am unable to attend. The board is committed to working on making this community a safer place. The hard reality is that this is a tough budget. We have not increased the number of vehicles on patrol for several years while the city continues to grow, especially in the Southwest. With the growing use of fentanyl, along with other opioids, and the increase in crime, it continues to be a challenge for the service. We will continue to work to make this a safer community for all of our citizens. Mark Littell, Chair, Brantford Police Services Board. Before I turn it over to Deputy Chief Saunders, I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to present to this committee, and I want to thank the Brantford Police Services Board for their work and the approval of this budget that has brought us this far. For our residents of Brantford, in creating this budget, we have heard you loud and clear. You want a safe community, and I will reflect on the DBBIA's comments from earlier tonight that the downtown will be the place to be. That only happens if people feel safe to do so. That desire for safety must also be felt in places like Eagle Place, the East Ward, Echo Place, and throughout the city. I will be incredibly candid with this committee that this is a significant budget request. It is also an incredibly important request for the city of Brantford if we wish to remain a hot spot for growth and investment. Community safety and the safety of one's investment will dictate if people and industry choose to move here or travel further west along the 403. To set the stage for Deputy Saunders, there are three key themes I want all of you to bear in mind. They are: 1, getting our authorized strength and our operational strength more in alignment. There is currently and has been for many years a significant gap. Number 2, creating capacity for the Brantford Police Service to provide a different service delivery model and a better way of addressing community concerns around public safety. And number 3, making the city safe for our current citizens, future residents, and potential future commercial and industrial development. And with that, I now turn it over to Deputy Chief Saunders, and we both look forward to answering questions after the presentation.
Thank you. Can I have the next slide, please? Before I begin, I just want to recognize two individuals. Mrs. Marva Usher has been with our administration section for over 50 years. Without Mrs. Usher's expertise, we would not be in a position to present a budget to you today. The second individual is Mrs. Anita Porteous, city's financial analyst. Her expertise was crucial for us to be able to identify efficiencies and properly budget for our needs. So we thank these two individuals. Next slide, please. The Brantford Police Service has proudly served this community for over 140 years. Next slide. Through this time, we've seen many positive changes. And like every law enforcement agency, we've also dealt with a lot of challenges. Next slide. The men and women of the Brantford Police Service bravely put on their uniform each shift, and they deal with the worst scenarios that we can prepare them for. Next slide, please. Fortunately, they also deal with the very best of society. As recently as February 4th, one small photograph provides a glimpse into how our officers serve this community. An officer taking a few minutes to play road hockey with some local youth is just one example. And just as I sat down for this presentation, I was handed a photo that I wasn't able to include in this presentation, but it was in the Brantford Expositor today of two officers helping shovel somebody's laneway. Next slide, please. Positive interactions between the police and the community happen every day. Next slide. As you see in these photos, this is a part of their job that we take very seriously and that we thoroughly enjoy. Next slide, please. It's not by chance that I selected these photos for this presentation. In each one of them, it depicts Constable Andrea Cooper. Unfortunately, Andrea recently passed away after dedicating her career to community service. Countless children in Brantford were positively impacted by Andrea's dedication to this community. But we are fortunate because we have several Andrea Cooper proteges still within our service. Next slide, please. Policing is changing. It's rapidly evolving, and so must our police service. Next slide, please. And the next slide, please. With this budget, we will focus on service delivery. We will be adding more officers to each frontline shift, bringing in special constables to help focus on areas that see an increase in crime. We plan to utilize our auxiliary officers to greater capacity and our citizens on patrol for greater public engagement. Next slide, please. We understand that we come before council today to request a significant increase in our operating budget. We've put before you today a difficult task. We understand that whenever there are increases to budgets, it requires careful consideration. We have gone over every budget line. We've looked at every aspect of our budget with the goal of identifying efficiencies, generating additional revenue, and maximizing the value of all of our processes. And one question I'm sure that everyone on council has is, what do you get for this large increase in budget? Next slide, please. So before I answer that, I just want to walk you through some key points of our budget process. Prior to the start of our budget process, we faced an increase in compensation and annualization of salaries in the amount of $3 million, or just over $3 million. So this meant that before we looked at our budget in any form, we were already facing a base budget increase of 8.4%. And as you know there, 87% of our budget is for employee compensation. Next slide, please. We also lost revenue in excess of $100,000 from the province in relation to compensation for prisoner transportation. In 2020, we saw increased COVID-19 expenses. Next line, please. Or sorry, next budget, please. We looked at the budget line by line to identify efficiencies. Through this process, we were able to reduce our base budget by over $230,000. Keep in mind that only approximately 12 to 13% of our budget is not made up of salary. To identify $230,000 from that percentage was no small task. At the end of the budget, we were able to lower the 8.4 base percent budget increase to 6.42%. Next slide, please. After we established our base budget of 6.42%, we turned our attention to the unmet needs for the community. The unmet needs added additional 4.21%, bringing our total budget to 10.63. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. The unmet needs that we had approved by the Police Services Board are 10 frontline constables that will be assigned to patrol. This will allow us to increase our minimum staffing levels. This will have a direct impact on our response time, increased proactive policing, and the workload on our current officers. We would add one additional detective constable position dedicated to seizing proceeds of crime and asset forfeiture. Far too often, criminals are able to profit from their activity to the point that incarceration alone is not a deterrent. This position would dedicate an officer full-time to identifying and lawfully seizing assets and financial resources that were obtained as a direct result of crime. We would add 6 special constables that can be assigned foot patrol and lower priority calls for service. Our officers are far too often tied up dealing with matters that do not require a sworn police officer to deal with. Minor traffic infractions, some arrest warrants, found property, and some types of disputes, as well as proactive patrol, can all be handled by special constables. This will again free up officers to handle the more serious calls for service and spend time proactively policing their assigned patrol zones. We would add 4 dispatchers. In 2020, we added communications center supervisors. These positions provide direct assistance to our call takers and dispatchers. As previously mentioned, our communications center receives on average of 1 call every 90 seconds, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. The addition of 4 dispatchers will lighten the already very heavy workload for these essential positions. We would also add a chief financial officer. Having a chief financial officer will ensure that a certified financial professional is managing our budget on a daily basis. It is anticipated that this position would identify methods of ensuring our budget is adequate, as well as identifying grant and funding sources. Eventually, this position would replace a senior officer position within the service. On most shifts, officers will log onto their cruisers to find in excess of 20 calls for service that are waiting. Unfortunately, due to staffing constraints, each call is triaged and assigned a priority, with emergency calls being responded to first. This means that if your call is considered a non-emergency, it could wait. Depending on the shift and the volume of calls, it's not uncommon for calls to wait several hours. The officer that you had hoped to speak to at 1 p.m. is now knocking on your door at 11 p.m. We recognize that just because the call is not considered an emergency, it does not mean that it's not important. So what are some of the challenges that we face as a police service? Next slide, please. Our first is our calls for service. Consistently, we receive over 50,000 calls for service. To compare that, the national average for a city of 100,000 people or more is 38,371 calls per 100,000 people. Next slide, please. Our crime rate. The graph you see before you shows the crime severity index as it compares to other communities within Ontario. The second line from the top, the blue line, is Brantford. The only line that you see above there is Thunder Bay in red. You can see that we consistently have a much higher crime rate than other police services. This translates to additional strain on our officers and support staff. Next slide, please. A growing population. As the city grows, so too must the police service. We look to West Brant to see a large increase in homes and population that also leads to increased policing services. In addition, when we discuss population growth, we should also take into account the fluctuation of post-secondary students that now come to Brantford. These students also have a need for policing services that are greater than what their school can provide. Next slide, please. Occupational injuries. Policing is one of the most stressful and demanding careers, both physically and mentally. Unfortunately, we ask police officers to deal with the most horrific scenarios imaginable. Mental stress for first responders is a serious problem. Studies have shown that police officers have the highest rate of suicide in any other profession. The type of crime that we are now dealing with the pandemic taking over much of our attention, we still need to be cognizant of other crises that we are still dealing with. One is the opioid crisis. This past weekend alone, our officers responded to 3 overdose deaths. More and more, we see a migration of crime from large urban centers such as Toronto. We deal with more complex investigations than ever before. In 2020, one single investigation cost over $175,000 in overtime alone. However, when we're able to dedicate significant resources to these major investigations, we often see positive results with charges being laid. Next slide, please. In conclusion, our budget is always a fluid process. Even as we prepared for this presentation, we were continuing to review our business units, look for additional opportunities. We would have preferred to come to you today and present a budget that was a much lower increase. However, that was simply not possible, nor was it realistic. Under the Police Services Act, we are required to provide adequate and effective policing services for the community. With this budget, we will change how policing services are delivered to the community, with the focus being on effective. In 2020, a police service in Ontario presented a very large budget increase and noted that they once used to be the safest community in Canada, and they wanted an investment to return to that status. In 2021, another police service in Ontario presented their budget, noting that they've been the safest large municipal center in Ontario for the past 16 years. We cannot come to you today and make any such claims. We have a high crime rate. Our violent crime rate is higher than it is in many other communities. But we counter that by having some of the best police officers in this country. We come to council today and we ask for you to invest in this community, invest in our police officers, and invest in our police service. Thank you. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Deputy and Chief. I do have a list of questions. And first up is Councillor Utley. Councillor Utley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Chief Davis and Deputy Chief Saunders, thank you very much for your presentation and all the good work you and your officers do in our community, fighting a very difficult scenarios. My question is your budget based on all of these staff being hired this year? That's number one. Number two, did you consider phasing in some of these positions over this year and next?
Through the chair, yes, all of those hires are for 2021. And when we presented the budget, that's how we had laid it out to the board, which was approved by them.
If you were to phase, let's say, 2/3 in this year and 1/3 next year, how would that affect your operation?
Actually, with the phasing in, we did consider, we have the there's 2 recruit classes being offered in 2021 for the remainder of this year at the Ontario Police College, May and September. So, and ideally, we would want to do 5 in May, 5 in September. We did think about if we could push that into next year, but then we're competing for seats with all of the other large services who are experiencing natural attrition as well. So we'd be competing with the Peels, the Torontos, everyone else. So if the opportunity presented it, we'd like to get that street. Like I said earlier, there's a significant gap between our authorized strength and our real operating strength. We want to close that gap as quick as possible.
The graph you showed showing our comparator groups cities is very telling. You know, a visual like that is better than 1,000 words. I got to ask this next question. Where are you going to put these people?
So if we have the 10, that allows us to put 2 constables per platoon. Where we really see the change is with the special constables. So we want to start out with 6 special constables that will be dedicated to downtown Eagle Place, East Ward. And with the special constables, I need to clarify, they do have authorities. The process for them is we put the request to the ministry and we can request specific authorities, whether it's Trespass to Property Act, Mental Health Act, you name it. We can even request some criminal code authorities. The majority of the issues we're dealing with in the downtown and those adjacent areas, they don't require a 10-year veteran with all this experience. And so that if we have a core of special constables there to take those lower priority calls the way we triage them, but still very important to the citizens, it frees up the regular officers to then be dedicated to other duties, a lot of it being more proactive community engagement. Our school resource officers are non-existent. You know, and Brantford used to be a leader in the country in that regard. So it's that ripple effect or cascading effect by using the specials effectively to thereby free up the regular constables for duties they're trained for. It's more of an appropriate response to the appropriate call.
Chief, are these the 4th class officers that are listed on the budget?
The special constables?
It says 10 full-time equivalent fourth class constables.
Yes, through the chair, those when we hire new recruit sworn officers, they all start at a 4th class constable and then progress through the ranks.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for all you do. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Weaver, you're next, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief and Deputy Chief, thank you very much for coming. I was actually going to ask about the hiring as well, but it sounds like you've already answered the question. My question was just, do we have capacity to onboard that many people in 1 year? And it kind of sounded like the answer to that was yes. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So we tend to have this sort of dance we do with police services where, you know, there's years where nothing really comes forward from them, and all of a sudden we get kind of a big hit. And, you know, I think we can all agree this is a bit of a big hit. What I'm wondering, if we don't have an ability to work together, figure out at what percentage of growth would that warrant another officer to be hired? And then in the future, we can look at our growth, and then we know, okay, well, we grew this much, so we should hire 3 officers and maintain that. So we're not getting these big, huge hits on our budgets, because it's never a good year to get hit with a budget like this. And we all appreciate that. But I'm just wondering if there isn't something we can do in the future to try to mitigate these types of hits to our budget. And by agreeing to just hire people incrementally as our city continues to grow, and I'm sure there's a calculation we could figure out. Is that something you folks would be willing to maybe take a look at?
So through the chair, absolutely, but I think it's more complex than just population. So we have to look at the types of calls we're experiencing in the city and the type of officer we need. So do we need a regular constable who has all the training experience, or can we have a special constable do it? And so that's where I think the focus needs to be on getting a very robust, well-trained special constable base here to take those lower priority calls. Because if you look at a lot of the social disturbance, all the calls that are infuriating the citizens, the garage break-in enters, the car prowling, the stolen bicycles, just the antisocial behavior, the loitering downtown, you name it. A lot of that does not require the experienced officer. So it's greater than looking at population. It's looking at the types of calls, the volumes of those calls, and then stratifying our workforce to have the appropriate person respond. And I compare it, I'm going to draw a comparison to two industries. If we look at how the medical field was 30 years ago, you would go to your clinic, you deal with a doctor, and the medical field could not keep up with it. And that's where you saw the implementation of registered practical nurses. You saw the registered nurses take a role. You saw the nurse practitioners take a role. In other provinces, you've even seen paramedics take on a role. And to use a comparison to the airline industry, the basic fundamentals of flying an aircraft for Air Canada are the same. The fundamentals are the same, but your rating for the Dash 8 will be different than your regional jet, different than your Airbus. So if we stratify our police service based on the types of calls and volumes of those calls, and with a nexus to population, that's the secret there. We have to completely re-envision and redeploy a stratified police service. Long response, sorry, but it's something.
No, I appreciate that. So I'm just wondering what's the best way to bring something like that forward to be looked at. I'm assuming perhaps it's something the police service board would be able to tackle. Would that be an appropriate location to have these types of discussions?
Through the chair, just to answer your first question as well, the position that we've proposed of a chief financial officer, that would be one of their first tasks, to actually prepare multi-year budgeting so that we could come to council and show you that this is what we're projecting over the next 4 to 10 years, so that you're not surprised at where we're coming. So I think it would rely in that position to create that or to do that work.
Okay, and once we get through all of this budgeting process stuff, when do you anticipate having that person on, providing everything gets passed and all that good stuff?
Through the chair, I have the draft of the advertisement for chief financial officer sitting on my desk. That's how I've had multi-year budgeting in my last 2 services. I'm a believer in it. I've had conversations with the CAO. In a police services side and in a growing city, it's ridiculous to be doing a police budget annually. We need to, like you said, we have these spikes of requests. We need to flatten that number out so that we can predict and plan for the future. So like I said, the posting is drafted, sitting on my desk.
Great. Yeah, obviously anything I can do to assist with that, I'd be happy to help, but thank you very much for the answers.
Thank you, Councilor Weaver. Councilor McCurry, sir, you have the floor next.
Sure, thank you. Welcome, guys. Thanks for coming today. Chief, I've heard what you said about multi-year budgets. I wonder if you could tell me a bit about your 2022 budget.
Without impacting the negotiations that Councillor Martin's part of and with the BPA, I envisioned that the 2022 would be more focused on technology. Everything we do in policing is based on technology now. And my observations as an outsider coming in, I'm glad to be home, but the Brantford Police Service has traditionally looked at technology as a nice to have. It's a must have in our industry. So 2022 would have a focus on technology and those people, the IT professionals. And then again, I really see that we have to look at the types of calls. And I see next year we will be, if we can show the proof of concept, and I'm confident we will, it's happening in Toronto, it's happening in other cities across the province, across the country. We show the proof of concept with those special constables to start building that. And I have to clarify, not at the expense of our regular membership. Let's keep that authorized strength where it should be. But when I come back in 2022, we show that we don't need more of these. Let's have the regular constables and sergeants and police officers dealing with what they're trained for. And we make a more robust special constable force to take those calls that are important. So when the citizen calls us, they're not being told to report it online, or we'll be there in 2 hours and we show up 12 hours later. You'll have somebody.
So you won't. So you won't be back in 2022 looking for additional staffing.
Well, I'll be looking for special constables. If we can show proof of concept, I would want to add more special constables to be out visible in the community, take those lower priority calls.
Have you already, did your capital requests include the vehicles for vehicles and equipment for this complement you're proposing?
they're primarily going to be on foot and bicycle in the downtown core Eagle Place. So it's all accessible. Where we're lacking is a police service, and again, it's nobody's fault. We used to have a very robust downtown foot patrol unit, and it's diminished, and it's because of the operational requirements. So these special constables, they're going to be bicycle, foot. They'll be the odd vehicle patrol, but the vehicles are the least of our worries.
You know, it gets pretty cold in Eagle Place in the winter, eh, for bicycles.
I think that's what Lapieds and a good jacket are for.
Through the chair, Mr. McCurry, actually, now's a good time to point out, I just realized there's an error in my presentation as well, that in that proposed budget, it also includes a full-time IT technician for 2021 as well. For some reason, I forgot to put that in our presentation. Yeah. That's included in that dollar amount.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, some time ago, the BPS hired a consultant to do a review, which I recall having seen some time ago. And in the review was a number of opportunities for efficiencies and cost savings. I wonder if you could comment on the implementation of those findings.
Yes, through the chair. Yes, you're referring to the service delivery review that was completed by MetScan. We had assigned an officer whose sole responsibility was to go through each individual recommendation and start to implement them. I'm happy to say that several of them were implemented. One of them was a revenue generation stream that has actually had a very positive impact on our budget. Unfortunately, as a result of COVID, a lot of the work that officer was doing could not be furthered until the pandemic is over. So most of the recommendations are on hold until we're able to engage our community partners further.
Now, have you made improvements to the dispatch system? And I'm thinking primarily about the use of GPS in the cars and your dispatcher being able to direct a specific officer to a specific call.
Yes, through the chair, we've made significant changes to our communication center. In 2020, they started the beginning of this year, but we hired 2 comm center supervisors that are full-time, as well as there's a sergeant to provide supervision in that section. Yes, every vehicle does have GPS, and our dispatchers have control as to where they dispatch officers to which call.
Okay, so it's not a case where any officer will respond to any call that he sees come up on the dashboard.
Officers are encouraged to volunteer for calls if they're close, or if they feel that they may have experience in that type of call before. Perhaps they've dealt with the person who is calling in. So we encourage officers to continue to volunteer for certain calls, but the dispatcher has ultimate control, as well as the staff sergeant who's on duty, as to which calls officers will go to.
Right. Okay. Now, did the BPS receive direction from the City of Brantford with respect to budget targeting?
We did receive the guidelines from the city, yes.
And did the Police Services Board weigh in with additional budget direction?
This was a unique year. We actually met with the Police Service Board on multiple occasions to go over the budget, which I don't know if that has happened before. And they were involved from an early onset in regards to creation of this budget.
Okay, but they didn't give you direction with respect to targets?
No, the Police Service Board approved the budget that we presented. That's now before you today.
And I wonder if you might be able to provide us with your year-end statement. And I realize you may not have it may just be in draft format, but it'd be much appreciated, given the lateness of the month in which we're deliberating, if we could have a look at what your actuals were for 2020.
Yes, I can tell you that we're not quite complete with that process yet. I don't want anybody at the city to get mad at me if I were to start saying that we were. But we are in a surplus position. It's a very small surplus position. A great deal of that was a result of overtime that had, and several of those overtime hours were as a direct impact from COVID-19.
Okay, so we'd appreciate it if you could provide us with your draft year-end operating statement then.
Yeah, when that's completed, that will definitely be sent.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Councillor McCurry. I'll put you back on. I give you 7 minutes there.
Oh, thank you. Most generous, Chair.
Councillor Vanderstel, you have the floor.
I was just going to say, yes, I'll be sure not to take 7 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilor McCurry. Thank you, Chief Deputy, for this presentation. It's a hard pill to swallow, it certainly is. A couple of specific questions for you. I'll try to word it tactfully and truthfully. For communities our size, with our crime rate, how do our numbers compare as far as officers on the ground, officers in cruisers, to the other communities?
Through the chair, just stand by, we're pulling that up.
Through the chair, a very difficult statistic to provide simply because of the constant fluctuation within our ranks. We have an improved strength. However, our approved strength is not the number of officers that we have available. When I look at Stats Canada, 2019 was the most recent number that was posted. And forgive me, I pulled up the wrong folder. In 2019, it was ranked by officers per 100,000 population. We were at 178. And I can tell you that Thunder Bay, their population is a little bit larger than us. But again, when you looked at that chart, you saw they had a similar crime rate. They were at 205.
Okay, so have our two situations changed very much in terms of population or in terms of crime rates since that time?
Since 2019, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. It's not all bad news. We actually saw in 2019, there was a slight reduction in our crime severity index. The population of Brantford obviously continues to grow. I couldn't give you the exact number. I'm sure city staff might be able to give you the exact number, but I'm sure the population has continued to grow. Our service has continued to grow as well. I can tell you that we have an approved strength of 190 officers. However, we do not have 190 officers that are available for deployment.
And will this exercise bring us closer to that number or put us spot on?
It would make us much closer to it. Again, I caution, it's difficult to compare different cities because of different crime rates and different demographics and issues that each community is dealing with. But if you just look at the numbers itself, it would put us very close to what Thunder Bay's current statistics are.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate the delicacy of the question and the answers. What we're hearing is a continued call from residents for more police on the ground. And under your priorities for 2021, your last bullet point, focus on criminal asset forfeiture. So that's one officer, if I understand, and it would be a full-time position to seizing the proceeds of crime. What happens to these proceeds afterwards? Where do they go? Where do the assets go? Are they recoverable? Does the position pay for itself?
Yes, through the chair. Anything that is seized by the police as a result of criminal activity goes to the government. Now, what the government does is then every year they will decide what percentage of that will then be given back out by way of grants. So there's a provincial proceeds of crime grant that we're able to apply for. And in fact, we've applied for it this year. We're waiting to hear. So I'm not able to include it in the budget if we're successful or not. We haven't been dedicating an officer to this important role before. And so we feel that perhaps we'll have a better opportunity to be successful in these grants if we're contributing more money to the overall seizures.
And is there a connection between whether or not you have an officer doing this and whether or not you get grant money?
it's not specific to having an officer do, sorry, through the chair, it's not specific to having an officer do it. There's a correlation between how much you contribute to it. But where it's more the operational impact that we gain from is that we're hitting the criminals where it hurts. You're taking away their assets that they're acquiring through illegal means. And that's where there's a deficiency here in the Brantford Police Services, that we're not doing that to the full capacity, whereas jurisdictions around us have entire units. And so if you're the criminal, I'll leave that jurisdiction and I'll go where they're not going to touch my assets. So it's, I've had this question from a few people as we built the budget, is about, will this be like the Americans where we can seize a Corvette and turn it into a cruiser? No, it would be liquidated through the government process. We can apply for grant money through the proceeds of crime grant, but where it's really making the impact is it makes Brantford less desirable for the criminal element, knowing that we will be aggressive in seizing assets.
Okay, understood. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Councillor Carpenter, for my 3.5 minutes.
It was actually 6, but that's fine. Councillor Wall, you know the floor.
Thank you, Chair Carpenter. Chief Davis, Deputy Chief Saunders, thank you so much for your presentation and for coming here today. In our discussions earlier, I came prepared with 3 questions I wanted to ask. During your presentation, you did specifically mention the downtown, East Ward, and Eagle Place. And I know that you're no stranger to the issues that we're facing in our community. And I do want to just sincerely say thank you for the effort that you've put into coming out and, speaking with members of the community. So I want to talk about how, if these budget changes do happen, how is it going to make an impact in Ward 5, in Eagle Place, in downtown and East Ward, specifically making it safer for the people who live there?
Through the chair, to reiterate what I said earlier about where we see it as this cascading effect that's created by the special constables. As the chief, when I make the request to the ministry for their authorities, I can be very prescriptive on the authorities they have, the geographical boundary they serve in. And so that allows us to guarantee that they will be dedicated to that. And again, I'd love to see this be the proof of concept year. So those 6 are dedicated to that. That also then allows them to take those lower threshold crimes, the lower priority crimes, thereby freeing up the regular officers, the constables, to take on other duties, the serious crimes, but also that we can have them involved. Like our beats on a given day when we're short on the front line, where do we steal from? The beats and traffic. And it's hard for us that our hands are tied. So if we had this core group of the special constables taking those lower threshold calls, it allows us to free up the regular officers. The addition of 2 officers per team may not seem like a big number, but it has a huge impact at chipping away at those calls that they're required for, and it allows us to free up proactive time.
So following right on top of that, I know that you yourself came out and spoke with members of East Ward, Eagle Place, and downtown. Can you talk a little bit about how the feedback you received from the residents of Ward 5 impacted the budget?
It was loud and clear. They want, through the chair, they want to see police presence. They want to work with us. Now, this is where it's an amazing time. You were there at those meetings when we're in a city where the community has mobilized to be a volunteer element of this, whether it be through the neighborhood associations, whether it be people signing up for Citizens on Patrol, the auxiliary. But when the community has mobilized to support the police and recognize that we need additional resources to help serve the community, that's a win-win. The community wants to work with us. We want to work with the community. And so absolutely, that was considered. How do we do what we have to do so that we can deliver a different type of service model to the community, not just ask for more cops, more cops, more cops. This is about like I said, a stratified deployment model. And again, I like to draw the comparison to the medical field or the airline industry. The appropriate pilot is going to fly the appropriate aircraft. So we have that stratified response for neighborhoods like Eagle Place.
So my second question, and this one's really important to me, just from all the people that I've spoken to in the community who have called the police. And as you mentioned earlier, either someone doesn't show up right away, or there's a long time between when someone does show up. Can you talk about how the budget changes could improve the customer service experience when somebody is calling into dispatch? What specifically is being done to make sure that the experience when someone calls in turmoil or in distress or is scared and doesn't have the answer, how are we improving that experience?
So it's again, back to the appropriate response to the appropriate call, type of call. The deputy touched on his presentation, while it may be triaged by our definitions as a low priority to the victim of that crime, it's a high priority. So the broken into garden shed and the chainsaw stolen would be very low in our triage system. So the regular officers will still be going to the assaults in progress, the robberies, the weapons calls. Because of how we can restrict the authorities of the special constables, they can easily take on those lower threshold calls. And where I envision this is a bigger piece, this becomes a feeder league, if you will, for our regular police officer ranks. And I can tell you from experience that we run into this phenomenon in policing where people graduate from post-secondary and they're quite young. And so the recruiters will typically tell them at 21, 22, go get life experience and we'll hire you later. Well, what does that mean? This allows us to bring someone into the organization that's graduated from post-secondary at a younger age, and I can guarantee you they will be excited to respond to that call. They will give better customer service because they want to impress us. They want to show that they have the right stuff to become a regular officer one day. And you see it being repeated around the province here with special constable programs that people are using it quite often as a stepping stone to the regular ranks. And so it's a feeder league where people have to prove themselves. And we really need, as a police service, we need to get back to that customer service delivery in this redeployment model.
So my third and final question, and thank you for your indulgence, Chair Carpenter, is regarding speeding, specifically in the residential parts of Eagle Place and East Ward. I mean, it's every other day I'm getting a call or I'm seeing something on social media. Is there anything specifically in this budget that we're going to be doing to catch people who are, speeding down 40-kilometer-hour streets or in school zones? Or we're working on a campaign, like a slow down campaign at City Council. But the people of Eagle Place and East Ward and downtown Colborne and Dalhousie at night, they're a bit of a raceway. And I'm just wondering, I know that that's not nearly the same priority as some of the other issues that we're dealing with, but how does that reflect in this budget?
Yeah, through the chair. So actually 2 answers for you, sir. The first one is anytime any council receives complaints about speeding or dangerous operations of vehicles, please contact us. If we don't know about it, it's difficult for us to respond to it. So by all means, whenever you get those types of complaints, encourage the person to call us or please contact us directly. The second answer to that is, and the chief alluded earlier, when we are short on the front lines, the first areas that we have to take officers from is traffic. And so not as much speed enforcement or traffic enforcement is done if we have to take those officers and then have them respond to calls. So by adding 2 officers to each platoon, as well as the calls that would be handled by the special constables, should free up our traffic section to focus just on road safety, because it's obviously a very important issue in our community.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Wall. Councillor Antosky, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Carpenter. Hi, Chief and Deputy. I just want to make sure I'm clear on something here. So when we talk about overall crime rate, that is something different than the crime severity index, correct?
That's correct, it is.
Right. So can you give us some examples of what types of crime are listed on the crime severity index, that graph that we saw?
Yeah, through the chair. So violent crime severity index includes homicide, assault, sexual assault, robbery, firearms related offenses. In the crime severity index is property crimes, theft of vehicles, frauds, arsons, and mischiefs. And then your overall crime rate would include basically all types of crime. Right.
So that chart that you showed us is, we're very high on the list of some pretty bad stuff, basically. here's the easy question. Why? Why are we so high? I think you gave one of the answers in terms of the asset the asset seizure, but why are we so high on that?
Through the chair, a big chunk of it's the nexus to the drug activity and the ties to the GTA and the gang activity that's tied to that as well. It's where we're geographically located. We're in the perfect spot. And then as you see efforts ramp up in the larger centers to displace or to address gang activity, all it does is displaces it out to the centers like ours.
So we're the perfect mid-sized community. Okay. Okay, great. I'd love to hear about the multi-year budgeting. I look forward to us getting to that as well. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Antosky. Mayor Davis, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully I get 7 minutes. Chief and Deputy Chief, before the books were even cracked on this budget, we're looking at a 6% increase. Is that right? Before we look at these additional complement.
That's correct. If we don't add any, sorry, through the chair, if we don't add any of our unmet needs, we're looking at just over a 6% increase.
Okay, well, how can that be? You're not adding any additional personnel. How could it be 6%?
Compensation and negotiated increases, as well as salary annualization. One of the challenges that we have in budgets, and it's happened, I'm sure, in every place, is that if we add an officer, for example, and we only hire them in December of 2020, well, in 2020, you only pay a very small percentage of their salary. And then when 2021 rolls around, you have the annualization of the rest of that salary. So you see the large increases this year because of that.
Well, what's the average increase in the contract for this year?
I'm sorry, sir, I don't have that in front of me, what the average increase was.
Well, it's based on a negotiated contract. What's the percentage?
If you can, sorry, through the chair, I can get that document and we'll have to answer if you get a second round, or how, I'm not sure how we navigate this. We don't have the document in front of us, but we can access it quickly.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And when was that negotiated? 2018? Yeah.
It was a multi-year contract. It was the last year of the contract, but we'll grab the document and tell you.
Okay, so if you're going to add one more full-time boot on the ground of an officer, you can't hire one person because you're 24/7 operation. You got to hire 5 to add one more officer that's out there patrolling or walking a beat, right?
Yeah, through the chair. We currently have 5 patrol platoons. So by adding 10 officers, it would put 2 on every platoon.
Okay, so what are they going to be doing? Are they going to be, they aren't going to be walking, they'd be in a patrol car, correct?
They would be patrol officers like the other members of the platoon. They'd be assigned a zone and answer calls for service, as well as proactive policing. They would be assigned to do.
All right, so with this budget, we'll have an average 2 additional patrol cars out in the community.
That's correct, sir.
And how many on average do we have right now per shift? I know it varies, but it's, what's the average?
Through the chair, I struggle to answer that question to disclose how many officers are available on the street right now. It's
okay.
It's a difficult question for us to answer, sir.
Okay, so when was the last time that a budget decision was made that allowed for more patrol cars on the road?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, sir, I'm not sure when the last time we've increased the complement of the front line is.
Can you get that for us?
Through the chair, yes, we can look into that.
Okay. Now, I've heard from a lot of BIA members that whenever there is a beat officer downtown patrolling, that things are much better. Not because they're arresting people, but just the security presence makes the downtown not only feel more secure, but is more secure. And now I'm going to be the devil's advocate here. Also hear from many of those same people, you know, we put more money into the police budget on the promise there's going to be more patrol beats downtown. And the next time we turn around, and there's no presence because they're being pulled off to do something else. How do we know that's not going to happen again? And we're putting money in that ostensibly is for a downtown beat, but day to day becomes anything but a downtown beat and supplementing police presence in other parts of the city.
Through the chair, so the goal is that you utilize the 6 special constables down there primarily. Obviously, they'll be augmented by regular constables, but those 6, as I said earlier, we can really be prescriptive on their authorities and their geographical area. So that almost in a way prohibits them from being drawn to an event somewhere else in the city, being deployed to the north end or wherever. As we grow that capacity, we may be able to, but the target for the 6 special constables is to be downtown Eagle Place, East Ward.
And so the 6 essentially gives us one, is it one officer 24/7, or will it be like 2 10 hours a day? Like how's that going to look?
It would be in pairs of 2 and to be on a rotational, but again, they're supplemented by regular officers. So to get into the specifics, I'm not prepared to do that tonight. But I can say, as like I said, how the approval from the ministry goes is we can be very prescriptive on their authorities. And then as the chief, I can be very prescriptive on where they are. So if the concerns are going to be dragged off to a homicide case, which I've had thrown at me numerous times, that we, you know, police officers get assigned to the homicide case, they would be able to.
Couldn't they search around and look for evidence out in the field?
Sorry,
I've heard that. I've heard that, right? That you can't have special constables out there helping with a serious crime investigation.
Sorry, Mayor, you're muffled there. I couldn't quite hear the question.
Oh yeah, let's do it this way. 6 special constables of patrol beat. What's that going to cost per year?
Through the chair, sorry, Mr. Mayor, was your question, what is it going to cost us for the 6 additional?
Yeah, what's the annual cost of that?
The 2021 cost would be a one-time cost of $78,000, and then the salary cost of just over $400,000.
Okay, and what is it if it's sworn constables?
It's a first class cost. Through the chair, currently a first class constable makes $102,000 if it's a first class constable that's assigned.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chair. You probably allowed me to go past 3 minutes, so I'm happy with that.
Mr. Chair, just a question. I have the percentages here the mayor asked about earlier.
Yes, go ahead.
So if I'm reading this correctly, Mayor, and the increases in 2017 was at 1.95%, in 2018, sorry, January of 2017, 1.95%. December of 2017 was a 2% increase. December of 2018 was a 2% increase. End of December 2019 was a 2% increase. And then the end of December 2020 was a 2.20% increase.
And so that applies then for till December 2021.
Thank you.
That,
Mayor.
that took effect December 2022.
Yeah, Councilor McCray, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Guys, could you clarify exactly what the annual salary of a special constable was, please?
Through the chair, just one moment, we look at that. Through the chair. This is a new position, so it would have to go through joint job evaluation. But I can tell you that if I just do the math real quickly on what it's going to cost us to add the 6 for 2021, it would be just over $60,000 per year. Now, keep in mind, again, it's very difficult to answer because they go through a pay scale grid where every year of service they increase the salary.
Sorry, so what is your budget then? Perhaps that would be your budget for the complement of the 6, just in terms of wages.
So for 2021, just over $400,000 in terms of wages, with a start date of May 1st of 2021 for all 6.
So that's about what, $60,000 a year, $65,000 a year.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you, Councilor McCurry. Councilor Sless, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not clear on the 23 new hires that you're proposing. Is that an annual figure that you've built into your 2021 budget? Is that annualized, or is that prorated for the amount of time that you anticipate they would work in 2021?
It's prorated. Again, we didn't want to push them off too far into the year for the budgeting purposes, because then in 2022 we would have a larger annualization. So we tried to make it as realistic as possible earlier in the year.
No, I appreciate that. So having said that, what is the financial impact of the annualization in 2022?
Through the chair, I don't have the exact number in front of me. If just your indulgence for one moment.
Is it a real big number?
And through the chair, in our package that we prepared, we don't have the 2022 annualization costs here.
Okay. I guess my second question, and again, you would have to speculate, but can the citizen, the people that are going to pay the bill, should this be approved, will they experience a significant improvement in customer service and level of feeling secure within our community with this being approved? Will there be an appreciable difference?
Where the impact or difference will be most felt will be in the downtown Eagle Place and East Ward, because that's where the stratified approach and redeployment model will be rolled out. So that's where the big bang for the buck is in that area. And again, that in a perfect world, that becomes proof of concept so that we can expand that in other parts of the city.
So I think what you're saying is, yes, there will be an appreciable difference in certain areas where it's targeted. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. And lastly, if I could, Mr. Chair, the proceeds of crime grant, when was the last time we received one?
Through the chair, we apply for it every year. It's been several years since we received it. The last one we were able to purchase 2 ATVs for search and rescue capabilities.
So we don't get a grant every year?
No, that grant is not guaranteed. There's a certain amount of money, and we have to submit a project proposal to the government, and then they decide which services get it. So not every service gets that grant.
So then it's not based on your contribution to some degree. It's simply based on the need that you have to receive it?
Through the chair, ultimately it's based on criteria that the government sets out for each year. And then if the police services proposal best meets that need, then the government would issue it to that service.
Okay, having heard that, then I'm trying to reconcile why we would invest in an employee that's going to increase our contribution to this fund with the potential of no return for it through the grant process.
Through the chair, from an operational aspect, we're desirable for the criminal element because we're not seizing assets. So they conduct an illegal activity, whether it be drugs, human trafficking, to make money. And then when we the way we do business right now is that we may do a search warrant, lay a charge. The justice system will decide what the penalty is if they're convicted. But at the end of the day, they still keep their money. And so this is operationally, it makes Brantford less desirable for the criminal element, knowing that we would have a full-time proceeds of, asset forfeiture, proceeds of crime officer. Like I said, the big jurisdictions around us, they have full-time units doing it. Whereas here, we have an officer that does it as a corner of the desk job, and we need to make this city less desirable for the criminal element so that they know that when we are going to do the arrest and we are going to do the search warrants, that those assets are going to be forfeited as well. So it's more of an this isn't a return on investment for that individual paying for his or her own salary. This is about making Brantford safe by making it less desirable for the criminal element to conduct business here.
Okay, I'm not familiar with this at all, so I might ask some stupid questions here, but so if we raid a place and it's a drug place and there's a lot of cash there, we arrest the people, but we don't take the money?
It's case by case right now. As an organization, we are not making it a systematic process. We have an officer that has it as an attached duty to the regular job. So it depends on his capacity. And in my opinion, as chief, we're not doing as a robust a job as we should be if our intention is to make Brantford less desirable for the criminal element.
Through the chair, Councillor Celeste, just to expand on that. Yes, we do take the cash. We want to take the house and we want to take the car that's involved in that criminal activity as well.
Okay, appreciate the answer. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sless. I just want to add a few comments, if I may. Chief Davis and Deputy Chief Saunders, thank you for keeping our city safe and for all that your forces do. But I want to thank you for a very different approach to policing that you've brought to our community. I've been on council a long time, and I'm sure Councillor Sless can attest to this. This is a unique approach with a special constable concept. I'm really impressed by that, and I know the community it will be as well. Secondly, making our city safe is probably the #1 priority that our community has for their children and the level of crime. And this will make a big dent in it. And I know in your multi-year budgeting process, I look forward to that. I think we should be doing that on council as well. And I think we will be in the future. So thank you for that. And I want to also thank you for the beautiful pictures of Officer Cooper, Andrea Cooper. She was a beautiful soul and a fantastic person, a police officer and representative of your police services. I was saddened when I heard of her passing. She made a big difference in this community everywhere she went, as you've already said. And I have to pay some homage to her and to the service that supported her. So I thank you for your presentation. I know that the crime is up in Brantford and the citizens want it tackled. You did mention Echo Place in that area as well, though I do know that you mentioned that. So I remember when it's part of my ward, and Councillor Ntosi was as well. But yeah, and I know that I allowed members of council to the committee speak longer than just 3 minutes, but this is a very, very important budget and a very important issue with the city. And I know that the mayor who sits on the police services budget and Councillor Martin who sits on the police services budget have been through this budget before. So thank you for that. So I'm going to move on to, is there any resolution from the committee to add or subtract from this budget recommendation? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few comments first. First, the vote at the Police Services Board was not unanimous on this budget. I can say that because I was opposed to it. I think 10% is a bit excessive in 1 year. A large part of the problem is the annualization from hires that were done last year. Another issue is the 10 officers, fourth class officers that are being hired. It's to help offset the numbers that are off on WSIB. And we got hit with a huge premium a year or two ago about the number of officers off on WSIB. It was a surprise $2 million bill that we got. So I pushed at the board that the 10 officers should be phased in over 2 years. This is not something that we planned on. It's not something you could plan for because the province changed the rules around PTSD and allowed officers to claim it without having any proof or anything else. It became automatic. And as for the 6 special constables, unfortunately, the association has been fighting us on this, and that's why we brought forward the pilot project with the security officers patrolling the downtown and city facilities. I think we need to let that pilot play out and see what the results of that are before we add the 6 special constables. It is certainly a program I see being utilized in the future, but because of the annualization costs from last year and the difficult budget year we have this year with COVID, I think that's a program that should be put off 1 year. And so I would move, seeking a seconder, that we reject this budget and send it back to the board for review.
Do you have a seconder? Councilman McCreary, are you raising your hand to second it?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Now, do you have a number that you're looking at to how much you want to reduce it by?
Well, my understanding is council cannot dictate how they spend the money. It's just we either say yes or no to their budget. So my motion is to reject this budget and send it back to the board for review and hopefully a reduction.
Okay, and it's seconded by Councilman McCreary. Okay, I'm going to ask staff to call the question.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to speak to what's before us.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Firstly, with the leave of the mover, I'd like to insert the word respectfully in the resolution, that it be respectfully returned to the Police Services Board for reconsideration. And let me say this about this. First of all, I respect that the chief and the deputy are providing us exactly what they believe is necessary in the city of Brantford to make us safe and secure, and I endorse that 100%. I think we really need, however, to mitigate the, I guess, the excellence in public safety and security that we're seeking with the affordability to the taxpayer. And I think what we saw come before us tonight with, I believe it was an increase of about 4% due to past decisions that were made around staffing and wages and benefits. The chickens will come home to roost in 2022 because we do not know the full impact on the 2022 budget of the decision that we might make around this budget this evening. So I think it's imperative that we have the PSB take another look at this. There may be a middle ground here that we can take, which will speak to public safety and will also speak to the affordability for our taxpayers in this a COVID year when so many of the folks that pay the bills around here are out of work because of the virus. So I hope that the board will give some sober thought to this and return this to us in a fashion that helps meet both our aims here to make our city more safe and secure, as well as to look after the needs of our taxpayers, not to take a big hit in this of all years.
Thank you, Councilor McCreary. Councilor Wall, to the question on the floor to return the budget asking for a reduction.
I believe there were other people ahead of me, Councilor Carpenter. I'm willing to wait.
You were up next in the queue. I think someone's hand was up, and I think Councilor Tuskey's hand was up, but it went down, so you're next.
Sure. I can't support the motion on the floor. I want to. I don't like what's going on any more than anybody else with COVID and taxes and increases, but I'll fight tooth and nail to find the money somewhere else. I can't. We need this, and that's it.
Thank you, Councilor Wall. Councilor Antosky.
Yeah, I think, we're looking at the fact that the annualized amount and COVID, neither of which change the fact that we need more police officers and that we have a high crime index rate. And so exchanging one for another is again kicking the can. And again, may land us in another jackpot. So we're talking about multi-year budgeting. We're talking about getting this caught up, different policing strategy, being in a place where we can attack what we're dealing with now and be able to plan better for the future and stay on top of things rather than being behind. Because if we can't make our city safe, none of the other things matter. We won't have people here. Our assessment won't grow. This is really primary concern, and you know, just because we had COVID or things like that, that doesn't change the need.
Thank you, Councillor Antosky. Councillor Weaver, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not able to support this amendment to push it back to the board either. Just respectfully, I think we're just going to push it back and the exact same thing is going to come forward again. The vote from the board, I've actually asked staff to get me the minutes for that meeting, but it sounded like it was everyone voted for except for one person. I don't see that changing. So I don't believe it's necessary to push it back and use up their time. That's very valuable from that board, because the board has a lot of good work to do still. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Weaver. Councillor Slash, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see there anything being wrong with taking a second look at something. I'm sure there's been deliberation, and I respect that, and I respect the fact that it's here. And I think the deputy and the chief, I don't think would have brought it here if they didn't think it was necessary. But I think having heard the comments this evening, I asked the question how it's going to impact 2022's when we start annualizing things, and I couldn't get an answer. So I don't know what it means in 2022, but I know it's not good. But I'd like to know those things, and there's just questions that I have in my own mind and that I asked this evening that I would like to have answers to. And I think to have another look, it doesn't mean that it'll get rejected if it comes back the same way it does. But again, I don't think there's anything wrong with taking a second look at anything. So I'm quite prepared to respectfully send it back and say, could you have another look, please, and hopefully help us out here. I realize we've got nothing if we don't have a safe community, but we've got nothing if we've got a community that nobody can afford to live in. So I think you've got to look at both ends of this, and there is a balance there somewhere. I don't know where it is, but there's a balance there that I think we have to strike. And I would hope on second sober thought and having a look at it, perhaps we could wait a year to implement the entirety of this budget. That perhaps there is a way. We funded a pilot project that we have no idea what the result of is yet. And yet now we're jumping on top of that and adding something else to it. So I think you have to let things play out. And yeah, is it not popular to talk against the police? That's not what I'm doing. I'm just asking that we take another look at something. It's a very large expenditure and someone's got to pay for this. So I would hope that there's a balance there that can be struck. And I wish it had to come in a form that I could support right off the bat, right at the get-go, but I would feel much more comfortable having another look and reviewing this one more time before it's finally approved. So I'll be supporting it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Slash. Councillor Radley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support the amendment. I don't doubt for 1 minute that the needs are real by our police services. It just sometimes things come together at the worst possible times, and this is kind of one of them. I think we need to find the money, the savings from somewhere else, if at all possible. But I think for this, I'd like to see police services take another look and see if they can be a little more accommodating with the need, not only the needs of the community, but the needs of the taxpayers as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Mayor, did I see Mayor Davis' hand up? No, okay. Okay, I'm going to call the question. Oh, I do, Mayor Davis.
So we reviewed this budget back in October, and I made it clear at that time at the board that I reserved the right when we deliberated on this 5 months later at City Council that, you know, I may look at it differently, not Because when you look at a board's agency or a commission's agency, you know, in isolation, everything else that's going on. But I also had, you know, so I'd say this, that I know our priority is improving safety in this community, and I'm all for that. And the only way we can do that is by an increased police security presence. But if, you know, if this council wants us to take a second look at it, you know, we'll be happy to take a second look at it, seeing if what's happened since October when we looked at it may cause a change. I did have a concern that, you know, putting 2 patrol cars on in 1 year may be too much. And could we space that over, you know, 6 to 8 months? And, you know, certainly in respect to the downtown beat, I agree with Councillor Martin that, you know, conditional upon that is the ability to move forward with special constables. And if that doesn't prove feasible for whatever reason, then that would not be something that that can be supported, because, you know, I'm not in favor of it being done other than through special constables. So there is still a little bit of uncertainty about some of the important factors that go into the preparation of this budget. And this council wants to take a second look at it. As I said, I respect the will of this majority of this council, would be happy to do it. But I think you're right, those who commented on it, that it could come back and the board could decide in its wisdom, taking a second look, no, we think this budget, even after taking a second and third look at it, is still in the interest of this community. And because of course we cannot direct as a council what police can do with that budget. So I'm happy to as a member of the Police Service Board to take a second look at it if that's the wish. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Martin, second time.
Thank you. I assume the chief and the deputy are still on, so they can correct me if I'm wrong on this. But my recollection from our discussion of the budget was that the costs that are built into this are the full annual cost, and that there is no annualization in the next year. And I commended them for that. I thought it was very admirable of them to do that, because we have that problem with lots of departments in the city where they say, well, it's only this much, but that's because it's only for 3 months. And the hit comes the next year when you got to pay the other 9 months. So I really appreciate them putting the full cost in the first year. However, to be realistic, obviously we can't hire officers for January 1st. It's already come and gone. So one of the things we can look at is building in part year so that we can reduce the numbers on that respect. It will impact in the following year, but it softens the hit this year. And if we can phase in the officers over 2 years instead of 1, that'll reduce it even more. So it allows us to do what is intended with this budget. It just spreads it out a little bit, and it moves some of the costs into the next year. Hopefully COVID will be over and things will be getting back to normal by then. But I think the board needs to have another look at this and consider some of those options, and hopefully come back with something that's slightly more palatable. Obviously, because of annualizations costs from last year, we're handcuffed in some respects as to how much we can reduce this. There's no way we can get down to the 2.5% that was recommended, but we can get it down below 10 easily, and I'd appreciate council's support in sending this back to the board.
Thank you, Councilor Martin. Councilor Sless.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need clarity now. I thought I just heard Councilor Martin say that the full cost of these 23 employees is built into the 2021 budget. That's what I thought I just heard. And yet I asked the question to the deputy, is this annualized? And he said, no, it's not. And I said, what would the impact of annualization be next year? And he said he would have to figure that out. So I don't know which it is. Is the full amount of 23 people in the 2021 budget, or has it been prorated and it will be annualized in the 2022 budget? I'd love to get clarity from that if I could, please.
Okay, is there anybody from the police services here to answer that question?
Yeah, through the chair. Are you able to hear us?
Yes.
Thank you. So yes, Mr. Martin is correct. In the initial budget that we presented to the Police Services Board, all of the positions were to be hired in January 1st. Then we had to come up with an amended budget to find some additional savings. So all of the positions were then moved to the realistic hiring date. We didn't want to budget a position for January 1st when now here we are in the middle of February and we knew we'd not be hiring that person. So as of today, almost all of these positions are for an effective date of May 1st. We wanted to keep it at the first half of the year so that we weren't into the very large annualization into the second half.
So then again, Mr. Chair, is the answer then it's funded from May on? And next year we will have to pick up those 5 months? I'm still not clear.
Through the chair, yes, the budget that's before you today, most of those positions are funded from May 1st on.
So next year there would be an annualization impact for these 23 people.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. There would be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to now call the question.
Mr. Chair, my iPad's not functioning, so I'm going to vote in the negative.
Are we voting with the iPads?
We're voting with our iPads like we do through eScribe.
My iPad is off. I vote in the negative.
Negative, okay, thank you.
Through the chair, just waiting for Councillor Utley's vote.
My screen is gone, it went blank on me. I'm in the affirmative, please.
The referral motion to respectfully refer the Police Services Board budget carries on a recorded vote of 7-3. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows. Mayor Davis, Councillors Vanderstel, Sless, Marn, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter. Those opposed, Councillors Weaver and Toski and Wall.
Thank you, that's been referred. Ms. Daniels, can you please give us an update? Step 2L.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So there have been no changes made tonight, but I will just reiterate the figures from the beginning of the night. So the 2021 operating budget is currently at $167,862,565. That's a budget impact of 2.62%, an average residential tax impact of 3.2%, or $104.83. An average multi-residential tax impact of 2.92%, an average commercial tax impact of 1.01%, and an average industrial tax impact of 2.01%.
Okay, thank you, Joelle. And could you give us the assessment increase that brought the city's budget portion of the budget down to 0.70? Would you be able to give us that actual number? Not tonight, but before our next meeting.
Yep, I can give that to you right now, Chair.
Okay. Go ahead.
Were you looking for the percentage assessment growth? It was just over 1.93%, which equates to a dollar value of $3,097,935.
Thank you. Thank you. And just for that will concludes our meeting tonight. Thank you for all your input. Our next meeting is on the 24th. Your agenda says at 6 p.m., but as Councillor Weaver has suggested, and it's a great idea that we move our meetings to 4:30, as we can see how long they take sometimes. So, and there isn't any question that doesn't need to be asked. They all need to be asked, and no such thing as a silly question. So I just want to thank you all for all your help today, and good night. We are adjourned.
Good job, Mr. Chair. Good night, everyone.